Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The party boys are in Circa Sports. Boots and cats and boots and
They're
cats
getting
and boots
mushy.
and cats and boots and
Mushy.
cats and boots and
Mushy.
cats and boots and
Already?
Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
Seriously.
When you
Lord.
make
the Final Four, all bets are
That's
off.
right. When you make the Final Four.
Interesting.
Hey, Creighton's playing in April, baby. I thought that's all that mattered, Nebraska basketball fans.
Can you switch your camera, please?
Okay, Nick, we were having a good crossover there
having
until
a
you
moment.
decided to interrupt. All right,
We were having a moment.
before
Nick,
you
I really
decided to
miss
be
you.
like,
Aw,
actually,
Nick.
can you switch your camera? This was being a good crossover. All right.
By the way,
So
you guys
have a
have
little
beer.
decorum.
You guys have beer, and it's reminding me that I forgot to bring in beer that we were going to have for One Beer Friday.
Rip.
I'm having a blueberry
yeah,
boy.
That's actually the one I was going to
Our
have today.
fridge is
I'm sorry.
dire. Our fridge situation is dire right
I think
now.
there's some
Work
White
on
Claws in the break room.
Any
I think-
listener out there want to
Hey,
bring
if
us a six-pack, we'll pay you back.
If anybody who distributes or is a brewery wants to
Yes.
sponsor One Beer Friday and just
Hit
bring
us
us
up.
beer.
Nick, you should have put your name on this, so I would have known not to drink it.
Hit us up.
That's fine.
Happer, what's going on, bro?
What's
It's good to talk to you again on the crossover. It's been too long.
I know. It's great to talk to everybody today, especially you, Josh.
Wow.
How are you? How are you doing?
Especially Josh.
I'm great. I saw your video from the last half hour, and it feels like yesterday that I was at Circa, and I got very sad, and I have an incredible amount of FOMO for not sitting in that exact room with you boys at this moment in time.
It's a very special place.
It is. It's nicer than we were here last time. It feels like it, doesn't it?
Oh,
so warm.
yeah,
they're
it
really
is maybe
rubbing
a
it
It's
in
kind of
right
breezy,
now.
but it's really nice.
Yeah, it's way nicer than the
Hey,
last time you were here, Josh. you
So
loser.
I heard, guys, that the weather was pretty bad back in. I mean, is that
It's
true?
still misty.
Kind of crappy. It's been
I
misting
haven't
all
seen
day.
the sun in like 4 days.
It's been wet outside all day.
My
Just
flight
wet.
sucks.
My
That's
flight's
all right.
got
I haven't seen the sun in 4 days either.
well, you never see the sun. My flights got canceled.
Yeah, Matt's not going to Chicago after the show today.
Oh, so you can do Blue Jay overtime.
Oh,
no excuse.
with Dan.
Oh,
Yeah. No.
Did you hear about this?
Wait.
Dan is doing Blue Jay
I
overtime.
received an email this morning that Dan was doing
Dan.
big Blue Jay over reaction time, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I can't believe it.
And you are telling me that Matt is not even going anywhere and still not doing big Blue Jay overreaction time?
Sad.
I am going somewhere. I have a 6 a.m. flight tomorrow.
Oh, that is terrible.
6 a.m. flight that I actually had to pay $30 extra to book.
Even though
and
they
schedule.
canceled your
yeah,
flight today.
I had to pay $30 more
Doesn't seem very
because
fair.
I
No.
wouldn't have had a seat on the flight if I didn't pay it. So now I have a seat on the flight.
That's
Is
good.
it really weather? That's why they canceled the
I
flight?
think there's a mixture of things. I think it's weather plus understaffing plus a bunch of other stuff, and it was just easier to bang it. It's like the odd news.
That's crap.
We could force it, but it's just easier to cancel.
Did you cancel Odd News again today?
No, we only did it once this week.
Whoa.
Wow.
I think Odd
Dear
News might
God.
be dead.
No, it's not.
I can't believe you're John Bishoping Odd News.
I'm not canceling on news. Where's the CNT chair? We need to have it on standby.
Go get it.
Have you heard about this chair that we now have, Happer, in the Zone
I heard
Studios?
you guys reference it. What's it about?
It's the Cuck and Triggered chair.
Mhm.
So you sit in it if you are getting cucked or if you are triggered.
Yeah, either or.
Matt
And I
sits in
sit
it
there
all the time.
Basically, we're naming it the McMaster chair because he's the only one that sat in it.
It's a lot more T than it is C. I did get C'd though. On the radio. On the radio.
You did?
Well, yeah, when you guys were talking about horror movies, I don't give a damn.
Oh, yeah.
I pulled a Bishop where I just didn't talk for 6 minutes, and I was like, I'm gonna let the kids play.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna let them have fun about a bunch of nonsense.
Is that how you get seed on the radio?
Yeah, you just sit down and watch other people talk.
We bring
Oh,
on
man.
Farron every Tuesday. I still am able to participate.
We should,
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
I participate. I ask questions.
I just have to be talking,
I can always tell when Farron doesn't like my question because or any question.
or he just goes,
Because he starts,
"Oh, Josh,
no,
I don't
he
like your
starts,
question."
he starts answering it before you're finished. Like he'll ask him, he'll go, no. And it's like, damn it, this is a bad question. He does it every time.
It's really fun.
Is it?
Yes.
I remember when I first started doing this show, the Farron interview was the weekly interview that I was most intimidated by. I
Yeah,
was like, what?
Intimidated.
Because I was like, what questions do I ask him? But now I'm just like, hey, the Dodgers are still good, huh?
How about those Dodgers?
And then he makes fun of you.
And they make fun of me. What about the Royals?
That's the nice thing about now having my own show. I've booked all of the guests that I wouldn't be intimidated by. I just talk to all of my friends. It's kind of a nice perk.
And then they
of the job.
roast you.
Yeah.
What's going to be really fun is when Farron gets to deal with the Josh Peterson experience at College World Series.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
I hope people are ready to go for me.
No,
Yeah.
those are probably the games you're doing sidelines, right?
Every game.
Yeah, Happer's on the sidelines when Farron's on the call.
You know,
Well,
thanks
for
sa-
those games, we need to have 2 sideline reporters.
Oh, like a big college football game.
Yes.
Thanks for sending it down, John. Josh Peterson here at the College World Series. I'm still really worried about the Nebraska defensive line. I just don't know if they
I am a
have.
professional.
Maybe I'll purposefully do the dumbest sideline report I could possibly imagine, and we'll see what Farron does with it. We'll see how much he makes
Hey,
fun of it.
that would be very Connor Happer. If you were to be an offensive coordinator, you would call the most sarcastic plays. You should just make the most sarcastic report.
Pin tweet alert.
The only bar I need you to clear on sideline reporting is to get the read in every single time you do a report.
Or you
That's
just
all you need
Wait,
to do.
The problem is the read takes like an entire at bat to get through.
Is that are you being critical of Happer right now?
Absolutely not.
Are you being
always
critical
get
of
the read
somebody right now, Nick?
I know
It's
that
a
there
read
was
too.
one person that didn't always do the read every time we threw it to them, and
Damn it,
they would have to
John.
make it up sometimes.
All
and
right,
I would get in trouble.
I'm like 50% read. Like 50% of my words are read.
He's
He's
more
more
read than
read
man.
now than man.
Nick, I got
Twisted
you.
and
Thank
evil.
you.
I will read so many words.
I appreciate you.
I'm gonna read you so
You
hard.
love reading
That'll
words.
be the
I'm gonna-
that'll be the whole report.
I'm gonna.
Hey, let's go down to Josh Peterson. There's a baseball game going on. This report brought to you by blah 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 blah
I'm
blah
gonna,
blah blah.
I'm
blah,
gonna
blah,
read
blah,
you
blah,
like
blah.
you've never been read before.
I'm going to take
And
Happer
I
out.
guarantee you that the sales department will say, "Man, those reports were great this year."
Yeah, they really brought the vibes, man. The vibes were brought all over
Shout
the
out to
reads.
me. I'm going to take Happer out for a couple beers and just ask him questions on how do you do this job. And he's going to go, what are you talking about? You've talked into a microphone. It'll be easy. But I'm
That's right.
going to ask him questions anyway.
You'll do fine, Josh.
My question
You'll do
is
fine.
this. How do you prep?
Oh,
What do I prep?
Do you need help prepping? I can do
I
a
know
prep or
I
two.
know how you prep.
Yeah,
God, like a barbarian.
write stuff down. Did you guys know that I do many jobs,
You do.
but I think I booked you a guest today as well.
Oh,
Are you guys interested?
I heard about this. I think I am bailing on the show while this happens.
you're going to be in the C&T chair.
I'm going to be in the
Whoa!
CNC chair, and you guys will do the interview on site.
Mhm.
Terrific.
Is the
That
game
sound-
plan?
Can
That
3
sounds
people
great.
fit on John's webcam?
Great question.
Wow,
Nick.
this is
Probably-
this is turning raunchy
Join us
real
on the
quick.
couch,
Josh,
Mr.
Josh,
CEO.
Josh is in a chair watching 3 men on a couch.
Probably
Wow.
not.
This is. I thought I was the
How
horniest
did-
show
how-
on 1620.
You are. How did you book this, Happer? How did this happen?
Is he wearing
Well,
a
you
Cubs
know,
jersey?
when you go to the 60 whateverth floor, like just things happen out there. People
Mushy.
People
Happer-
get booked on radio shows.
I cannot believe that you went there after the game because I'll be honest. So I tuned in to watching them watch the game, which is great content. And towards the end of it, I was like, Happer looks a little sleepy.
I was
Oh.
very tired.
And then you went to the 60th floor, which is incredible.
Like several hours after the game. Yeah.
Incredible.
He wanted to look at the gold.
I asked Happer if he wanted to do Blue Jay overtime, and
What
Happer
did he do? Did he laugh in your face?
Happer Happer has offered to do Blue Jay overtime before, which was very nice of him.
Mhm.
But he and I totally get it. He just looked at me, and goes, "Hell no!" And then without saying it, Happer looked at my eyes and said, "Dude, I'm in Vegas.
Exactly.
I am not staying 40 minutes after a game
No
to
chance,
talk about
buddy.
the crowd."
Because that would mean I would have to stay 40 minutes.
That's
Well,
true.
now
He's there.
Dan is staying 40 minutes after. an
Happer's
interview.
there for 2 reasons: watch basketball, not wash his hands.
Oh, and he's doing both of those things.
So are you
extremely
not
well.
gonna reveal who this guest is?
It's the CEO of
Oh,
Circa.
Yeah.
It's the owner
Mr.
of
Circa.
of
Oh, Mr.
Circa,
Circa.
yeah. His
That's
name
awesome.
is Derek Stevens.
We've
Okay.
had him on the Grum before.
We
He
have
does a
at-
lot of-
in the
He's a
cabana.
Michigan
Well,
guy,
yes,
so
we had him
I'm
on the
guessing he's-
Grum years before that. John, remember when you and I did the show from what's the bar in Iowa that we used to do shows from?
Horseshoe.
Oh, Horseshoe.
No, not Horseshoe.
Or-
The like a bar.
Oh.
Like on that
Well,
little
we did-
drag
we
off
did
of Broadway.
one from what's the famous place that had
Had the beer.
had the Coors Light or the Bud Light if
Oh.
Nebraska lost.
Yeah, it had it locked up.
Yeah,
we were
I,
there,
I,
and Mr. Circa came by.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
Mr. Circa was there for that one.
And Sipple was randomly there.
'Cause that's
too.
when
Simple had to
when
fill
they
in for a bit,
debuted-
didn't he?
That's when they debuted Circa Sports in Iowa.
That is.
because John left to go call the Creighton game, and so Sipple stopped by and I interviewed him for like a half hour.
Yeah. I asked, it's not here anymore, but I asked him for that Iowa Nice sign.
Barley's?
Yeah, Barley's.
Barley's.
There we go.
I got that sign and now it's gone.
Samsonite.
Sad. I was way off.
Got disappeared.
That was good times.
They stall into the sign.
So Mr. Circa will join the show. That's in like an hour, right? Is that the plan?
Well,
we don't know when
It's
he's gonna
floating.
show up.
It'll
Yeah.
happen when it happens. I mean,
Okay.
Float.
We have contact.
Do you have
We're
Mr.
fine.
Circa's number?
Actually, no, I think he has like a PR guy, and I have his number.
Mr. TweetDeck?
We have to have him on, otherwise we can't get these beers comped.
we are very much hoping that these beers get comped.
Yes, we
What
are.
are they, like
because
$37?
it's all on Connor's card, so
Matt,
so
great
we're
question.
running up the tab.
Why don't you take a guess? We got 6 of these beers.
Yeah.
No, did we get 6?
We got 6 beers and
Yeah.
6 waters.
Yeah.
6 beers and 6 waters.
Oh,
now,
my God.
the water. I kind of thought they were just going to give us the bucket,
The
of
tiny-
little
the-
tiny
That's
water.
I
what
love
they
the
give us
tiny
when we-
waters.
They did not. They gave us smart waters.
Oh, no.
Because we're
Oh,
smart.
no. Oh, you're not smart. That's $118, buddy boy.
I'm thinking probably more than that. The beers themselves, I
beers-
believe, are $75.
No, I was thinking $13 beer, 6 times 13, 78. 6 waters,
bad.
probably
That is
6 times 7, 42, 78, 42. You're probably at 110.
You're saying
Probably
we got a deal.
120. 120. You got
That sounds like a
120.
great deal. I got the same thing at the ABC
That sounds
store
like
the
a
other
great.
night.
That sounds like a great deal. That sounds like
Wow.
a great
That-
deal.
are you guys getting the chicken strip plate?
Oh, hell yeah, you are.
I did hear
That's
our
$120 itself.
dear
that's-
friend Rob Anderson is decided to set up his office here on the cabana chair outside doing work as he
He's
always
working.
does. And he did notice the lobster corn dogs right away on the menu.
In fact, I think he's got a few out there right now.
Hell yeah, Rob.
We did a bit yesterday where Happer went off the air, and we looked at where Happer was going to eat lunch, and Odson and I went through the menu, and we wouldn't order this, and we wouldn't order this.
Was it
and
restaurants at Circa?
It was like 8 East or whatever they went.
That we
and-
love going
Oh,
there.
that place kicks ass.
Yeah, we've been there many
Like,
times.
geez, wow, we got a bunch of marks for 8 East.
It's
Good
good.
It's
Lord.
delicious.
I mean,
Yeah.
so,
It
It's
is.
probably
So-
the best food inside.
so we
Circa.
go and
I had Josh do a sake bomb.
Odson and I go and we go, all right, we wouldn't order these 4 things, and 3 of the 4 things we wouldn't order Happer got.
Really.
But you guys are picky
Unreal.
eaters.
Well, I just don't like brisket fried rice, so that doesn't really sound.
That's
like
you
so
don't like
good.
That's like the
brisket
best.
It's
fried
brisket
rice.
and it's fried rice.
Yeah.
What is there to object
What?
to?
I've eaten a lot of rice. That's some of the best rice I've ever had.
I think
was
I've
great
gotten the
rice.
brisket fried rice like 2 or 3 times.
I would have gotten the pork belly stuff.
We've gotten that
stuff
too,
was
I think.
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
So the waiter comes up and he's like, "Here's the deal, man. Here's what everybody gets. Like this is what people love: the brisket fried rice. It's the absolute bomb."
That's what he said.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Yes,
Sign
all
us
right."
up.
100%.
Was he like, what don't you want?
The
You
only
know?
place that we have not been, at least I haven't, is the steakhouse
Oh
downstairs.
my
Bring,
Yeah,
bring
me
that
too.
thing over
Okay,
here.
okay.
Bring it. Hold on. We got. Bring
Is that the
news.
lobster corn dog?
Special guest.
Hold on. What's
Special
going on?
guest. Can I? What's that?
Cannot touch it. But
I
bring
can't-
it. Bring it on the
can-
camera.
We're on camera right
What
now.
is it,
Can
a
you?
bottle of champagne?
No,
No,
we
no,
got
no,
a
no,
very,
no, no,
very,
no, no,
very
no.
special guest here coming up. Aim it in. Zoom
Whoa!
it, cameraman.
Whoa!
Zoom it.
What?
We have the crown. The crown is ours. There it is. That's ours, baby. They wouldn't let me touch it.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
That is
Thank you.
It's an
incredible.
honor.
I bet
Thank
they.
you very
I bet,
much.
I bet they let.
Incredible.
I bet they let Pavelka touch it.
That's probably true.
Well, yeah, but they won.
They
I mean,
won.
They
They
won
won.
it. We
I
still
know.
have 2 games to go.
I know.
Are you going to touch it if Creighton wins, John?
Oh, John, you're gonna touch
Get
it.
your fingerprints all over that crown?
Absolutely. I got.
You're gonna talk dirty to that
I got,
crown.
I got a text from my son last night. So they're selling the foam ones, you know, at the concession
$10,
stand.
baby.
And I got a text last night from my son. You got to bring me back one of those. I'm like, are you crazy?
John's gonna be like, I've never seen a crown
Like-
with so many points before. God, your point, those points on your crown. My God, I just want to touch those points.
The crown merch is definitely very fascinating.
Hey,
I
The
don't
guy
know
with
if
the
it
hat
is.
last night was killing me on social media.
Connor
Everyone started
should
tweeting.
be. Josh Otson says, "Is there a keeper of the crown like in the NHL? There needs to be somebody who has gloves who's touching it the whole time."
That was that lady. Just
that lady,
there.
the keeper of the crown.
She's the crown
She-
keeper.
I mean, I was kind of surprised. she said, I can't let you touch it. You can't touch it, which is
You should have said,
What
do you
is-
have any extra gloves?
It has cyanide on
We're
the
in the
outside of it.
Rockies.
Nobody can touch
What
it.
is it? The Stanley Cup. If you touch it, you'll never win it.
Seriously.
You touch the crown, you'll never win the crown.
Is
sort of like I kind of thought that they would just be like, yeah, take it, whatever, like
Yeah,
hang out
yeah.
with it for a few days.
Take
Yeah.
it, rub it on your belly,
Yeah,
whatever
the-
you want to do.
The most
you know?
interesting place this thing has been is a gas station. We'll just bring it on the
The
air.
crown, maybe more important than any of us realized.
Does the Crown Trophy
No.
have Nebraska on there somewhere?
Oh
on
yeah,
like a little
it's
plaque?
like
Is it like
each-
the Stanley Cup?
it's like
I didn't
etched
see- I
in the
didn't-
names.
I didn't see it.
Then
Or does
how do
each
we know the
champion
history
get
of the
their
crown?
own
Yeah.
individual trophy?
You can actually take the crown off of it.
This crown. This
Yeah, you
John,
can wear the
take
crown.
it off.
John,
I'm
look
pretty
at it.
sure
Where's
Jawan
Henry
Gary
Burke's
wore
name?
the crown.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't was it Jawan Gary last year who was
was
wearing
the crown MVP. He was the crown MVP.
Wow,
Yeah,
You
so
should be
you
allowed
still
to
wear
wear
the
the crown
crown.
if you're the MVP.
I bet.
incredible.
Do you think Gus Johnson has touched it?
Oh,
He's touched the crown.
When that game ended last year, he left as fast as possible.
Gus?
he left the Ohio State Nebraska game where Jackson Smith and Jigbo went off as fast as possible.
Literally.
I took a picture with him and I was like, "Hey, I'm a big fan. Like, I'm a college journalist." And he goes, "Hurry up now."
We were doing an over under on when Gus's flight arrived today, and we were
What time's the first game start tomorrow?
10:30.
10:30. He'll be in at 9:45.
9:45.
Happer, get your flight radar open.
He's gonna sit down. He's gonna sit down in the booth and be like, "Who's playing?"
Hey, he's got a lot of prep to do, guys. He's finishing up his prep right now.
Yeah, you know
But, hey,
what?
It's tough for him. His prep is in the layup line.
Ziggy still play for Creighton?
Did he call any Jace games this year?
No.
I
don't think
we
so.
didn't have him at the big. We didn't make
He'll
the,
he'll be
Yeah.
like Ravish, or like, "Mr. Carl, how do you do your preparation?" Yeah, have other people do that for you. That's exactly what he
Did
told me.
say that?
Hey, I was like, "How do you get, like, what resources do you use? What stats do you get?"
Oh, God.
And he goes, "Other people do that for you."
Good Lord.
That's what he told me.
That's not good.
I know.
Yeah. Well, you know, you sometimes you got a guy, and sometimes you make your own. Like if you're like your John Bishop. John Bishop. Somebody was asked. The West Virginia guy was asking John about his charts yesterday, and he was like, "No, I did these myself. What are you talking about?"
Oh, really? The guy was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
who do you pay? I want to get in on that
Do
action."
you like my charts?
Let's see Paul Allen's charts.
I have-
need
Oh my
to be
God, is that a
Gus's-
watermark?
I need to be like Gus's guy who sells his stuff for like $250. I'll just carbon copy Rob's notes and sell them for $125.
I was in the booth. You know, I've been a spotter before, and there was a person who had charts, and on them at the bottom there was basically a URL to
Like, I did this.
the person who obviously put those charts together,
Wow.
and I was like, wow, that's pretty brazy.
I have John's baseball charts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have Kugler's basketball charts. Matt,
You should give. I don't
charts
do
do you
charts.
have?
You owe John Bishop and Kevin Kugler $20 a game.
Damn it.
You should.
That's
Hey,
a lot of money.
John.
You get the
John.
college discount. It's only $100.
John,
Oh, that's very nice.
John, you
Yeah,
should
yeah.
give Gus yours, or you should. Gus should give you his stat guy, and you should give Gus your glasses guy. That way, Gus isn't blind anymore. Is what you should do. Be like,
I
"Hey,
should.
Gus, thanks for the stats. Here's my bifocals, guys, so you can actually see the."
I
court."
forgot about John's glasses. He never wears them
Yeah.
anymore.
He looked handsome in them last night.
I was watching. I
No, I
watched.
needed him last night because it was dark up there.
I watched the very.
Is that true, Happer?
It was.
Hmm.
It was dark up there. It was hard to see. I mean, I just need him to see, the fine print on my charts.
Mhm.
Mustache Adam, who I met yesterday at the Jet Awards. Great
Shout
guy.
out Adam.
Mustache Adam goes, Happer should ask us to rate his impression of him.
Oh,
I'll
that's
go to Gus. I'll be like, "All right, Gus, hang on, ready?"
the all-American girl.
The all-American
tag.
girl.
That'd be pretty funny.
All right, maybe that's some content
Chicago.
tomorrow.
Just start yelling famous calls that he's done at his
You
face.
got barbecue back there? And then,
Bo
like,
Richter.
Bo Richter.
we should have John stand behind Gus Johnson with a barbecue sandwich, and then Happer in front of Gus go, "You got barbecue back there, and you didn't invite me?" And then Gus was like, "What is going on?" Be like, "No, we got
I
barbecue."
got barbecue.
My
back.
favorite
Gus
is still, he's got running away from the cop
That's good.
speed.
Gus has done a lot of famous things. He's been a part of a lot of things. But
Gus, this is my favorite call of yours.
nice. I still remember when he was trying to bench Jeff Sims. That was the best time.
They got to get him out of
In the
there.
They got to get him out of there. He's
I mean-
killing him.
I mean, he wasn't wrong.
And, well, the best part is like there's like a 2-minute video where they're like, "Yeah, this guy really sucks," and then he turned it over again.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gus Johnson.
What was he throwing at?
God.
Hunter with the interception.
That was a terrible time.
He's killing him.
The Buffaloes are running.
God.
I mean, that is one thing. I mean, I know he's probably lost his fastball a little bit, but that is one thing.
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
What? He's like Estevez. It's gone.
It's more like a knuckleball now. But anyway, that is one thing. Is if he sees something he doesn't like, he's not afraid to say it.
Tyrann Matteau.
By the way, Happer, Mustache Shannon brought up Captain Jack. Captain Jack! Intercepted! Jack! The hero! We have that somewhere in the system.
Oh, yeah.
Search
Yeah,
Captain, Nick, and see.
It's called Captain Jack. It
Play that
was on
one.
the old Happer
R.I.P.
show thing, yeah.
Play the Captain Jack if you can find it, Nick, because that one is so funny. Oh, no!
Oh, it's gone. They got banged.
It might have been called, like, Captain, like
Oh, he looked.
CAP
I
apostrophe.
like while he was doing that, you said that. He was one. It's CH Capt Jack. Capt CAPT. CAPT.
Oh, Captain.
Capt
Jack.
Jack.
Captain Jack! The
No, it's
hero!
gone.
CAPT, Nick, and see if that shows.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Don't
Or
worry.
Jack. There's Jack.
Oh,
Yeah, Jack might help you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
search Jack. I
Good
want
job,
to
Jack.
hear this.
I like how Josh is backseat producing so terribly right now.
It's intercepted!
There it is.
It is
Here we go.
Oh, CPT.
Got it.
Warren looking, and it's intercepted at the goal line. Unbelievable! Wow, Jack Sawyer, the hero, Captain Jack, the hero.
And then they lost.
And then they lost.
And then they lost.
Wow.
Oh, that was my favorite. Give him the Heisman Trophy now.
Give the Heisman Trophy now.
Oh, man. Good stuff. Whew. Good work.
Yeah,
I'm guessing there won't be as much excitement tomorrow.
I don't know if he's
Graves for 3.
Yeah. And Graves has drawn another foul.
Who was it? I was watching. Oh, it was maybe when Riss got home last night and she came in and downstairs and the game was on and she goes, "Whoa!" at the attendance. She had a visceral reaction at how few people were in the building.
My
And
comment.
it was better for our game than it was for the first
Yeah, I was
one.
gonna say it
Who-
was
who
actually
thought-
pretty good.
Who thought that those colored seats was a good idea? Hey, I got a great idea for seats that will be majorly empty. We're gonna have them be teal green.
They are
I mean, that's-
very interesting.
That's the
seats.
color because they're at a MGM, right?
Mhm.
That,
Yeah.
That's their color.
The teal green is MGM's
Well, I mean,
color?
they're used to having boxing events there where they're always sold.
Yeah.
out,
They're
so-
always
Exactly.
sold
No, like Matt, the whole building is green. The whole building is
Really?
that color. Yeah. So Nick's right. It is that color, and yeah, it's normally there was all the boxing posters of all the different fights. I think like Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather.
I was gonna ask how many of the boxers did you actually know?
Like most of them.
Really?
They've
Oh, yeah.
hosted a lot of
Wow.
famous fights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They
Lot
got a
of
lot of
famous
famous.
Yeah. Crawford was here. The last Crawford fight.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
it was-
sick.
Holyfield Tyson 2 was here. Was that the
Was it-
ear bite?
The ear
Wow.
bite was on there.
I'm
for
a
sure.
fraud.
The Fury.
I'm glad
Wilder,
you said
Wilder
Fury.
Fury. Wilder
one-
Fury.
Wilder Fury 1 and 2, I believe, were both there.
Wilder 2. Wilder
George
Fury 2
Foreman,
was
Michael Moore. Yeah, there was a lot of them up there.
Wow. That's
Wow.
awesome. What a
Kenneth
big-
writes, "Happy New Year! Unbelievable crossover."
But now
Oh.
we're going to the T-Mobile Arena, home of the hockey.
You're going to the
Vegas
bigger
Knights.
arena.
All the seats are
Yeah.
going to be magenta.
Hey, Connor,
Yeah.
Connor, can we get an East Side Undertaker, please?
Oh yeah, well, don't put me on the spot. I'll come back with it at some point. But yeah, we're going to T-Mobile tomorrow to play
awesome.
West Virginia.
So yeah, what
Kevin
is the plan?
Pitstoggle, I don't
What's
think
the
he's gonna be
plan
there.
for Friday night? Though it's really Friday late afternoon, which is the best part about doing a show in Vegas is you finish it, it's 4. And you're like, let's go. What are we doing? How, are you going to paint the town blue this evening, boys?
I don't know.
Well, we're going back to the strip. We got to.
Yeah,
Head
Rob's dragging us back to practice.
We got to get our money back.
Practice.
Well, we're dropping off our stuff at T-Mobile, and then after that, we got plenty of time.
A
we
lovely
have to
dinner
go,
together.
Get this: we have to go buy an Evel Knievel shirt for Creighton baseball coach Mark Kingston.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
No, what happened?
So we had the longer pregame show because the first game went into
I
overtime.
saw that.
So Connor texted Coach Kingston and said, "Hey, would you come on for a few minutes because we need to kill time?"
And he was like, B word, it's 10 o'clock. I'm in Storrs, Connecticut. And then he still did it. Anyway,
But Connor at the end said, "Hey, we're in Las Vegas, and you want us to bring you back anything?" And without hesitation, he said, "Yeah, can you get me an Evel Knievel shirt from Caesar's Palace?" Because Evel Knievel was
So
famous for
specific.
jumping the fountains at Caesar's Palace. So we got to do that.
I heard that Happer might be buying a wedding gift for the Grimms at the on Fremont Street as well.
Oh, one of those shirts?
Didn't you say that on the show this week? Or am I misremembering? No, obviously it was in jest. But I think you got to go get him one of those shirts.
I already
Yes!
bought Nick a pizza stone first of all.
He did. That pizza stone kicks ass.
We bought you guys your wedding gift today too.
Oh, thank you.
Was this guy
I don't remember what we got you, but I'm sure it's going to be awesome.
But what should I buy Nick from Fremont Street?
Booty shorts.
a bowling ball?
MAGA booty shorts.
Maga
Nice.
booty short.
This,
Good idea.
this Evel Knievel guy was a stuntman?
Did you say this evil kid?
Oh,
Well,
good
no.
God!
Oh, no.
Whoa.
Don't.
You never heard the
Are you trolling us?
I swear to you.
You know your history.
I've
this
heard,
is crazy.
I've heard of Evel
Because he's
Knievel.
sports adjacent.
This evil Knievel guy.
He is. He
Jumping on a motorcycle?
Oh, sweet Lord!
Yeah. Wow, this is crazy. Oh no, Mustache Adam says, "Oh no, crappy boo year."
Yeah.
Oh
This
no.
This went from Happy New Year to Crappy Boo Year in one quote.
Undertaker.
What? I didn't. I've
Matt, you have disappointed
good.
us all.
Nice timing.
You have disappointed us
This
all.
is a common theme. You got to get used to this. This happened for a whole year, and you weren't here to hear it.
Yeah, we need to have a
Knievel,
meeting
Matt?
about. We need to have a
I've
meeting
heard-
about this.
I've heard of him. I didn't know he was a
Kenneth,
motorcycle.
this Michael
jumping
Jordan guy
dude.
was a basketball player?
What? What? We're just all supposed to know about
Yes!
stunt artists? We're all supposed to know about guys who are just in motorcycles?
I'm going to put out a poll question. Have you heard of Evel Knievel?
I've heard of Evel Knievel.
Hey,
I just
listen,
didn't know
Matt.
what he did.
He's not just a guy on a motorcycle.
How have you heard of
okay?
him, but you didn't know what he did?
Yeah, his whole bit was
Well,
that he
because
was
his
Evel
name is
Knievel.
pretty memorable. You know, you can hear of Evel Knievel.
Can't argue with that.
This Abe Lincoln guy. What was he?
Are we really comparing Abe Lincoln to Evel Knievel?
The
Hell
financier?
yes, Abe Lincoln was a badass too.
Yeah, who's more famous, Abe Lincoln or Evel Knievel?
Great poll question.
Oh.
Great poll question.
I'll tell you who got more chicks.
Odson says Tiger Woods is just a pill popper to Matt.
Wow.
I mean, what
That's
has he
true.
really accomplished in my lifetime
That's
that I
true.
could remember? I mean,
Yeah.
by the time I was like conscious, he was already cheating on Lindsey.
I was going to
Vonn
say,
and, you
well,
know,
yeah, the
and doing
the
all that
back
stuff.
window had been broken by
When that
point.
ball
So
rolled in the cup at the Masters and the Nike logo was up top, how old were you?
he was 2.
Oh God.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like when Tiger won the
Unreal.
2019 Masters, I was like, oh, I've never seen this live before.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I was like, I've literally never seen this happen.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Maybe
And
you
then-
should get Matt an Evil Knievel shirt.
Not a bad idea.
It's my birthday on Sunday. I'll take a gift.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah, the holiday that he says supersedes Jesus' resurrection.
Yeah, that
Yes,
was pretty
I
wild.
never said that my birthday was more important than Jesus rising
as
from the dead.
important.
Yeah.
As important.
No, I said my birthday is elevated because it's on Easter.
Like
No,
Jesus,
was elevated.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be 24 now. People won't call you a 23-year-old idiot.
Yeah, they'll call me a 24.
Now you're John's not well, I guess you're not John's favorite 24-year-old.
Why?
Well, there's Pete Crow Armstrong's probably going to be 24 soon, right?
Oh, is that true?
Well, John's son.
Well,
might be
yes,
24.
eventually, that 24 is the next number after 23.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Wow. Great insight by John. That's great.
You're
It's almost as good as Gus Johnson's insight on the Crown tonight.
Mustache Adam. Okay, the crossover got resuscitated. Happy New Year. Happy
We're back.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
New
Great work,
Year.
everybody.
Yeah. Josh goes. He called Easter an underrated holiday on today's show, and then
Did you really?
and then somebody tweeted at me.
What did they say?
They go, I don't know if I, he goes at Matt McMedia. I don't know. If I got nailed to a cross, I wouldn't want anyone calling my holiday underrated.
It's so funny. Like calling holy holidays underrated is one of the
Oh, he got nailed to the cross today, to
Hey,
be fair.
hey, Matt. You know
this
I
is
think
cross day.
You want to
Good
know?
Lord.
You want to know an
Exactly.
underrated sacrament? First communion.
Yeah. No, I think I think it's overrated. We put a lot into First Communion, and there's like whole 7 other sacraments. I'm saying we have a lot of preparation for one moment.
Jan says the second happiest hit the new year.
I'm saying you want an underrated sacrament. I do think reconciliation is pretty good sacrament. Not enough people talk about it. You can do it whenever you want. 7:30s at St. Margaret
Do people
Mary's.
talk
on
about
Dodge.
reconciliation?
Yeah.
Reconciliation. What is this? The end of the Civil War?
I don't know.
Nice.
Goodness.
Good work,
Good job,
everybody. Happy New Year,
All right,
everybody.
well,
Yeah.
blasphemy. Happy New Year. There
Someone
you go.
someone came up to me at the Jet Award and said, I was really worried when you took over for Happer on the crossover, but it's almost as good.
There you go. That's a nice compliment.
Thanks, Mustache Adam.
Thankfully,
Great to have you
we
back,
had the
Happer.
real Happer here to save us just in case.
Fake
have to go.
Happer. Matt McFake Happer.
Matt McFay Happer. All right, here's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Live from the Stadium Swim. And thanks to our friends at Circa for hosting us once again this year. And, of course, Equitable Bank and presenting all of our coverage right here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it to the end of the week. Isn't it glorious?
It is glorious. I just wish it was sunny for once.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hey, yo, how's it going? Welcome to the program brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. It's John, it's Josh, it's Nick. Live from, I don't know if this is going to show up very well because the camera's got to adjust, Stadium Swim.
Oh, I do
Take
miss
a look
that
at that view. Oh, look at all that live baseball.
The Cubs are
And
on right now, aren't they, John?
Yes, and I got the Cubs here on the TV in front of me. It's like a perfect world. I got beer. I got my boys. I got the Cubs. I'm
I got
in
beer,
the
picked
sun,
up
but
water.
I'm not in the sun.
Yeah.
I did not bring my SPF Infinity.
It
you
is
bring-
the best of all the worlds right now, John.
Did you
Yep.
bring your swim trunks, John?
No, I did not.
I'm
doing a show.
I mean,
it's,
Happer and I went into the pool during a show too. We did it during a break, remember?
It's called content, John.
well,
It's Matt's butt on the video stream.
Oh,
I
Matt
did not-
McButster.
Good Lord. What is he taking more? Is he taking more beers out of
No,
there?
he actually is being very nice. He's bringing us some
He's
beers.
delivering
Oh,
beer.
Thank you,
I
Matt.
see.
Thanks, Matt.
We love you, Matt. Have a great weekend.
I see. All
Safe
right.
travels to Chicago.
Chicago.
Nice.
But yeah, we're here from Stadium Swim at Circa today. Thanks for bringing you our coverage this week from the College Basketball Crown, and thanks to Nick Graves and the Blue Jays here for another day.
And the poor shooting of Rutgers. What was it at one point, John? I think I had heard on the game that they were 4 for their last 28 or something
Yikes.
terrible.
Well, they
Yeah.
ended the first half 1 for 16.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah,
Icky.
it was bad. I
It's
think,
wild.
I think we know why Rutgers finished 6-7 games under 500, whatever. I think it was 14-20.
I think
Yeah.
it's a good idea that I watched Nuremberg last night instead of that game.
Do you have a joke to go along with this?
Nope.
Okay.
Other than I wouldn't want to watch Rutgers do.
I wonder how many people actually did make it that late, because we got done after midnight last night, as I recall.
I will be honest. I went up to bed at just after the under 8 timeout when Creighton was up by like 15 points or whatever. I was like, easy peasy. This is going to be awesome. John will be on the show tomorrow live from Stadium Swim. And here he
And
is.
we
live.
are here from Stadium Swim at Circa on a One Beer Friday.
Yeah.
Too, which is always fun. It's always nice to be here for a One Beer Friday. Let's get to the Grum Down. Another 40 minutes for Mac. The Mountaineers are coming up next on Saturday afternoon, 3:00 tip-off, 1:30 pregame here on 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
It's a nice little taste of hoops right before the Final Four. You got the Crown Final Four and then the Final Four. It's
Correct.
It's going to be awesome.
And we will preview the Final Four. Of course, we're talking about Oklahoma and Baylor and Creighton and West Virginia.
Of course.
Tommy turns down the heels. Strike 1 for North Carolina.
Indeed.
Is this the beginning of a big new era?
Ooh.
Oh,
That'll
he
be
spelled
part of
big
our-
like the Big Ten.
Topic alert.
Nice.
That's part of our Final Four preview.
Nice.
The momentum is building to end the SEC championship.
And the call is coming, John, from inside the house and from
Oh,
like
it
the
is.
master bedrooms inside the
Oh.
house. Yeah.
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 How much better does Nebraska need to be in 26?
Uh-oh.
Very.
It's-
Spoiler
Spoilers.
alert. Come on, Nick.
Which is a reminder, please go vote. You still have through the weekend to vote in our Husker fan expectation poll, whether or not you think Nebraska, whatever you think Nebraska's final regular season record will be. Go vote right now at the JTech, or wow.
Oh, no. Edit that out of the pod.
No,
Edit that
no,
out of the pod.
no.
Liquid Trucking.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Oh, yeah.
It's always been the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
That's true.
Good
I don't know
reference,
what
Nick.
I don't know what the J thing is about.
Josh and John. You're mixing up our names.
Yeah,
You
of
thought it
course.
was the John and Josh Zone Twitter feed, but no, it's the Liquid Trucking.
Always
Liquid
has been.
Trucking Zone Twitter feed at
Uh-huh.
USC 1620.
Pesky Blues writes, oh boy.
Oh, no. Pesky, don't blame us. It's John.
Liquid Trucking. Hey,
Run
I brought
over
you
him.
guys into this world. I'll take you out.
No.
Kids Movie Club today. The
The
very
aforementioned.
family friendly and very happy Nuremberg.
Do you like cyanide? Then you'll love this movie.
Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell will be in the happy hour today.
Awesome.
And we will do our Final Four and other sports
And other Final Four.
predictions and a One Beer Friday from Stadium Swim.
Wow.
Wow. Are you going
Circa
to nurse
Las
those
Vegas.
Coors Lights to the end of the show? Or are you going to get
Well,
more?
I mean, we got a bucket.
Mm.
But you know what I just realized?
What's that, John?
Ice is running down. We need more ice. I don't want these to get
Is it
warm.
that warm? I thought you said it was kind of chilly today.
Well, I mean,
Because if it's
It-
sitting in the sun.
Oh, the
no,
ice
it's
running
not
down's
sitting
not
in
a
the
bad
sun.
thing.
It's sitting right next to the equipment over here. It's in the shade, but
Okay.
I might need to go flag someone down for a little more ice.
Mm.
I've switched to water. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Got to stay plenty hydrated out here in the desert.
That's the goal.
Mhm.
That's the goal.
402-951-16. Oh, there goes the Coors Light rolling away.
Mm.
402-951-1620 at Prairie Flower Casino Zone Twitter feed. You can also
Zone
tweet us.
hotline.
You can also text us on that as well.
Maybe you don't need more beers, John.
Maybe I don't.
Maybe you
Zone
got a couple of small
hotline.
beers, or a few small beers.
Few small beers.
Yeah. Zone hotline.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
402-951-1620. You can text us on it as well.
Mm.
The Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed
It's always been that
We love it.
all the time.
at USC 1620. And the Old Man Doug Equitable Bank Zone Inbox. Equitable, our sponsor for this week's trip out here to Las Vegas. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. You can email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com if you would like.
Awesome.
But it is, I mean, compared to where you guys are, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, screw you.
It's so wet outside. It's just wet.
It is.
Feels wet. The
Yeah.
air is wet.
Yeah. I wore sunglasses on my run because I usually wear them no matter if it's sunny or cloudy. And
Mhm.
then immediately I was like, this was stupid because it's
Your
just
beer
misting.
ran away.
Why do you wear sunglasses when it's
It
cloudy?
rolled. I don't know
My
where
eyes
it
are
ended up. It
sensitive.
rolled.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. I'm annoyed with the weather. I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
But John's in a great mood. He's got the Cubs on. He's got beer in hand. He's got sports to talk about. The Blue Jays season continues, even though they were down early by like 10 points. But then they locked down that Rutgers offense, that terrible Rutgers offense.
Yeah. It was a bad offense last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the shot selections they took last night were, I'm like, where are they doing? You know,
They wanted
had-
to go home. 3-2-1 Cancun.
I think at the beginning they didn't. I mean, but it was really clunky early. Seemed like every time Creighton was trying to, move the ball, it was getting deflected. They were dribbling into traps. They were just, I suppose if you want to, you can say part of it was the 21-day layoff between games, which is why it started so clunky. But then, I watched the beginning of the West Virginia-Stanford game. I watched the beginning of the Oklahoma-Colorado game, and it didn't seem that way. So I don't know. Probably just a feeling out process. But second half, Nick Graves went off. He had 25 of his 28 points
Crazy.
in the second half, and realized, and this has been a long time in coming because, Graves down the stretch could not get a shot to fall to save his life. Could get to the free throw line, got to the free throw line a ton. But last night, I think he had at least 3. I think it ended up being 4 and 1s because he realized, listen, these guys can't cover me. And he went in and into the teeth of that defense, finished at the rim, made his free throws, hit a couple of threes, and saved one of his best nights. Definitely his best night of the season for near the end. And Creighton is moving on in the crown to face West Virginia tomorrow. It was good to see all the different people there. Doug McDermott
It was cool.
showed
Yeah,
up.
seeing Doug. Nice flow, by the way. Doug looked good. It was funny how they kicked his mom out of her seat so they could do the interview. Because eventually they showed Doug again, and there he was sitting next to his mom.
Well, it's not like there wasn't other seats. They could have just moved to other empty seats. There were
I know.
many. I mean, there were many empty seats.
Many empty seats.
The pictures, woof.
Of the arena?
Yeah, just all the empty seats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it wasn't that much different from the Players' era. It was about
I was
going to
say
very
similar.
Very, very, very similar.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I mean, Creighton had a pretty good, following. A lot of people were here for Mac's final game, including Doug. Not final game, or potentially could have been
final game, yeah.
But and I would guess now, it's the weekend. There may be a few other surprises. Ben Jacobson, who just took the job at Utah State, longtime Mac assistant, was there, surprised him. So there's a lot of people here that are here for him. It was good to just see him go out and get this win. I mean, I don't know if they're going to win this thing. I think Oklahoma is the best team left in the field. Creighton's already lost to Baylor. That's the other side of the bracket. And I'm not really sure how it's going to go with West Virginia. I think they can beat West Virginia. It was just nice to get at least one more win so they could extend it another day. I don't know if it's going to end up, going all the way to the finish line with this, but just to get that next win, I think was huge. Just to make things feel a little bit better. And see, especially the two seniors, Graves and Dix, go out like they did. Josh Dix last night, by the way, 4th straight game, making 4 threes. Only 3 other guys under Greg McDermott have done that in 4 straight or more games. Doug, Ethan Rogge, Mitch Ballock.
God.
And now Josh Dix.
Heck of a list.
That's Creighton royalty right there.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday. Like, you would have hated for all this buildup for, and not even really that much buildup. We learned, last week, 2 weeks ago, that this was it, that he was going to be retiring after the year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, to have this little, build up to the game, and then it's like, and then they lose because they got off to such a bad start. And I was like, wow, is it really just going to end like this against Rutgers? And so, turned it on, able to play better defense, got some advantageous shot selection from the Scarlet Knights, and they live to see another day.
I felt, even down at 22-12, I felt like, because there was
so early still.
It was early, but also, again, some of their shot selection, they were settling for some mid-range jumpers, which it's not in their forte. They're not very good at that. And I thought, all right, well, if they're going to keep doing this, you're going to have a chance to come back. And eventually it did. They got better in transition. They were able to get back because that's how Rutgers was going to win. They were going to win by being able to lock you down defensively and then try to score in transition, get you in an odd man rush. And it worked for a little while, but then, Creighton made some adjustments. The guys kind of, I guess, woke up a little bit. Jason Green was great again. This poor kid, he can't get a double-double to save his soul. He has been either one basket or one rebound away from his first career double-double like 5 times in the last 8 or 9 games. And last night I looked over at Connor, and it was during one of the timeouts. I think it was with 10 minutes to go. And I looked and I saw that, he already had double-digit points. He had 8 rebounds. And with all the free throws that were going to be shot, even just getting a rebound off a missed free throw, he was going to have his chances. I thought, oh, this one's in the bag. And then we get to the end of the game, and I look at the stat monitor. It's like, oh, he ended up with 9. So he was one short again. But he was big. Even during that stretch at the beginning where it wasn't looking good, he was the one that was, making extra plays. He was the one that was fighting for offensive rebounds. He kind of kept them going. Green has been that glue guy for a long time this season. and to do so being in a position that he was, not supposed to play. He was not supposed to be the 5 this year. He is certainly, the season I know hasn't gone the way they wanted, but it hasn't been because of the effort of Jason Green. He has been a rock
he is gonna
all
be,
year long.
He is going to be the player. When I think of this season, it's him and Josh Dix are going to be the guys that I'm going to be thinking about.
Yeah, no, I agree.
For different reasons, obviously, but certainly Jason Green and his. I mean, it was wild last night turning on the game and seeing him without something on his shoulder. Given that he's had the
and that is one thing. And that
little time
brace,
off.
That brace had come off, I think, before the Big East tournament.
Bracey.
But to have those extra weeks afterwards, he's probably playing as well as he is. And then from an emotional standpoint, I mean, is it a coincidence that Josh Dix's best games offensively have come here in the last 6 weeks or so? I mean, it feels like, I don't want to say a weight has been lifted because obviously, you're still dealing with, losing a parent. But, I think there's something to the effect of, the finality and it's over. And at least you're not worrying anymore. And it just seems like he's playing a little, he's playing really loose. His shot has looked much better. I noticed it at the UConn game in February that there was more arc on his shot. And it's like, okay, this is what was promised. And sure enough, he hit some good ones last night. So great to see. But Blue Jays sticking around for at least one more day. I don't know if we're going to get any more special run-ins today, but I do understand that some of the mascots will be here. So maybe, unfortunately that we beat we're playing West Virginia. So maybe the Mountaineer will show up here and we can get pictures with him as well. So a lot of fun here. We're at Stadium Swim at Circa, co-sponsors of our coverage this week, along with Equitable Bank. Got a lot more to come here on the Grum. Glad you could be with us here on this Friday afternoon, and we will have more of it next here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. But first, for Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, and our Zone YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed yet to our Zone YouTube channel, please do so, because you get alerts every time one of our shows goes live, and you can watch along with us. And sometimes we create special content, like when they send us to places like Oklahoma City or Houston or Las Vegas. Goodness, we've been to a lot of places this month.
We have been to a lot of places.
It's been the busiest first part of the year for the Zone
Ever?
in a while.
I think so.
It has been incredibly busy. But hey, we do it for you.
Awesome.
Like, we also do these things, like give you a chance to win all these great online contests. We got Joe Coy, who's coming in 2 weeks to the Holland Center. We got Zach Bryan, Kings of Leon, who are performing at Memorial Stadium on April 25th. George Thorogood, May 17th. Black Keys, Young the Giant, Chris Stapleton. All of these shows are coming to our area over the next 4 months, and you could win tickets to all of them. Just go to 1620thezone.com and find out more there. From the of course he is department, Fred Hoyberg named AP Coach of the Year. I mean, is this like the easiest vote or what?
John, some would call it a layup.
Oh.
A basketball term. Exactly.
Yeah, no,
okay,
this
well,
is so
okay,
well-deserved.
It wasn't a unanimous one because that guy from Iowa did not vote for Hoyberg, but everybody else probably did.
Go Hawks.
First Husker coach to earn the award. Strangely, only the 10th Big Ten coach to ever win the award. It's been around for 60 years. But Fred Hoyberg, certainly worthy of it. You know, in the modern definition of what Coach of the Year is, it usually goes to the guy who
raises the level of play.
Raises the level of play.
Yeah,
right?
you know, like,
and so sometimes guys who like go on, you know, historic runs kind of get overlooked because there's always that one who, you know, lifts his team from, you know, poverty to the penthouse. But in this case, I think it works really well because it's not so much what Hoyberg did from last year to this year, but it's really what he's done over the last 7 years.
Well, and historically where Nebraska has been, and of course this is a regular season award, right? Like this was not voted upon until the season was over, but nothing in terms of their postseason was taken into account for this award. But yeah, this is because I just looked. I wanted to confirm. Mike Vrabel was the NFL Coach of the Year last year. Was he the best NFL coach? I don't think so.
Of course not.
But
That's Sean McVay.
Interesting. He didn't win the Super Bowl. But he took over a team that was terrible and very quickly got them to the Super Bowl in 1 year with a lot of similar pieces to what they had the season before. At the very least, a quarterback and, you know, no like high price free agents or anything like that. And so he was rewarded for it. That's because that's usually what sports are. And that's not even to say anything negative about Hoyberg winning this. It's more, I would have been stunned if it would have been anything or anyone other than Fred Hoyberg, given how bad this program has been historically, even how bad they have been at the first part of his time, and that they didn't make the NCAA tournament. So to go from not making it a year ago to, you know, a top 5 team in the country at one point in time and a number 4 seed in the tournament, like you said, it was easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Speaking of coaches, North Carolina is still looking for theirs, and they will not be looking to Arizona anymore. Tommy Lloyd, on the eve of having his team play in the Final Four, has turned down North Carolina for their job. Now he's going to get a raise. He's going to be, according to Matt Norlander, paid $7.2 million starting next season. They're also going to bump up money for their staff and have other incentives. Also, he will no longer report to the AD.
Yeah, how about that? His boss is now the president of the university.
Yeah. So that
must be nice.
That's an interesting.
What are you saying about Odson?
Change of pace.
You don't want to report to Odson?
I kind of report to Odson, but I also kind of don't.
Fascinating. I'm surprised about this, John. Like, just at least given how he had approached the answers, but it's obvious that he was, it's a negotiating tactic. His agent told him, why would you definitively say anything? And why would anyone say something definitively in a situation like he was in over the course of the last couple of weeks? I asked Kevin about it yesterday. Kevin Kugler, he'll be on the call tomorrow for Westwood One. Like, is this going to be a distraction? And I thought he brought up a great point. If it is a distraction, then like everything is a distraction. Nothing can be a distraction anymore because everybody is seemingly leaving their school or everybody is a free agent. I will say this. I am surprised that they got it announced before the Final Four. I thought that this was going to drag into the offseason for Arizona, whether that begins tomorrow night at like midnight or whether it begins on Monday night or Tuesday, whenever. Like, I thought that this was going to be something that went into, the literal first part of the offseason for the Wildcats. And so now North Carolina's still out there searching.
I'm not surprised. I mean, if you're Arizona, this is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
Because then it takes all the questions off the table. And, oh, by the way, it kind of slides the onus over to Michigan now because the
Dusty
other
May
prime candidate is Dusty May. Oh, by the way, we're playing those guys tomorrow in the Final Four.
Yeah.
And so I think this is actually quite a shrewd move by both parties to say, nope, no distractions here, and completely turn everything over to the opponent. And as far as I can tell, I haven't heard or seen anything from Michigan today. But I think it's the perfect time to do this. So I'm not surprised that somebody did it. It probably makes more sense now. Maybe some of this too was that maybe he meaning Tommy Lloyd wasn't the top candidate for the job, and so it made it easier for Arizona to work this out. But I think it's a perfect time for it because it's going to just put all the onus now on Michigan and Dusty May to have to deflect the questions. And all the talking points will be there. Obviously, Billy Donovan's still in the conversation as well from the Bulls. But, yeah, one big chip off the table for North Carolina. And I wondered about this, after they let go of Hubert, I'm not saying it's not a great job, but it's a different job than it was 10 years ago.
Because of the
or
conference
20 years
realignment
ago,
stuff?
Because of conference realignment, because of NIL, because where the power lies right now in college sports. The power lies in two leagues and in ACC. And so even though North Carolina is still a historic blue blood, what was it that Rick Pitino said? There are no blue bloods anymore because there's so much bouncing around. There's so much movement. Still a great job, but it's a different job now because you don't have that guaranteed stability of knowing where you're going to be 5 years from now.
And so
no questions about that.
Isn't that kind of the scary part? Like, let's say today, let's say that Tommy Lloyd doesn't sign an extension or nothing is announced, but Dusty May does. And so he takes his name off of the board. I think that it would have been like, well, that makes sense, right? He's at Michigan. He's at a school that you can win a national championship at. And more importantly for this discussion, he's in the Big Ten. Not the case with Tommy Lloyd. He's in the Big 12,
right?
Which is obviously a league that very much loves basketball, but it is, in theory, a league that is on the same level as the ACC, at least. And that level is we're not on the top level, which is the Big Ten and the SEC. And so I think it would have been one thing today if it was Dusty May. It wasn't him, though. And so very quickly, John, this suddenly becomes oh my gosh, will they be able to land him? You mentioned Billy Donovan, who, of course, won national championships, plural, at Florida back in 2006 and 2007. Has been in the NBA almost ever since then. Had a long run with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now he's with the Bulls. Like, do you get him? Because if you don't get either of those two guys, and then you in theory you go 0 for 3 on this kind of the main list of names that you see on all the stories.
Ooh, yeah.
Then where do you go after that? Because suddenly, like, if they land Dusty May, huge get. If they land Billy Donovan, I would say huge get, even though I would have kind of questions of how will he do in college basketball now versus the version that he left. You lose out on those, and it's like there's not really any slam dunk names out there anymore. And, are you suddenly going to be like Kentucky where you got rid of a guy or there was a mutual parting of the ways with a guy, and it's like, wow, really? You had to settle for the dude from BYU in the case of Kentucky, who's North Carolina going to have to settle for if they're unable to land those other two big names?
Well, and so what it does is it kind of elevates some of the guys who are in the Tier B group up. So who are those guys? Well, you got Ben McCollum.
I was going to say, is Ben McCollum now
at
suddenly
Iowa.
a guy we're talking about?
You got TJ Otzelberger at Iowa State.
Mm-hmm.
You've
Another
got,
Big 12 guy.
According to Yahoo Sports, Todd Golden at Florida. Nate Oates at Alabama. See, that would be an interesting one. Oates would be a great hire, but again, they're in the SEC at the same time. And I know Alabama's put a lot more resources into the game than they ever have. And they're in an interesting situation based on where kind of football is right now. I think it would be a great hire for North Carolina. But again, do you leave the SEC, which has a lot more stability? And right now, if you're Nate Oates, you could pretty much ask for anything at Alabama because basketball is paying off. I know they have a football question right now because they haven't been as good as they were, but they don't have any questions about basketball. And so Nate Oates would seem, I would think, to have a lot of leverage if for some reason North Carolina were to get to him on the list.
That's why McCollum, I think, is interesting because, yes, he is in one of these leagues that we're talking about, but he is also not at a basketball school, and Iowa is much lower on the Big Ten totem pole than Alabama is on the SEC totem pole. And so, like, if you're going to be able to pull a guy from one of those big leagues, if you strike out on the top tier dudes, McCollum would seemingly be somebody that you could get. Seemingly, but I have no idea. He's also in he just finished year one. Like, does he want to leave Iowa that quickly? But this is such an interesting discussion. The resources at North Carolina should be much higher than Iowa for basketball.
Yes.
The money that Iowa gets from television, though, is much higher. And so does it end up being a wash, even though they very much care about basketball at North Carolina in a way that they don't in Iowa?
All right, coming up, we still have Kent's Movie Club here at the bottom or near the bottom of the hour. Also, we're going to get to our question of the day when it involves Nebraska football. What's going to constitute a good season this year, given that the schedule is the schedule? We'll discuss that. We'll take a look at our poll results. You can still vote on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, your Husker fan expectation poll. We'll get into all of that and a whole lot more live from Stadium Swim at the Circa Resort in Las Vegas on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. John is hanging out in Las Vegas, but we are here in Nebraska. And right now you can make picks and win money in the state of Nebraska. The Tournament of Great Significance has 3 games remaining, including 2 tomorrow night. John, we say it all the time. Such an easy app to use. Download it right now. Find a variety of players and stats that you like. Go higher or lower on those stats. And if you get those picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So many options available for the games tomorrow, for the baseball tonight, and anything in between.
Yep, I was already looking at some of those player possibilities for the Tournament of Great Significance and the last 4 teams. And there's a lot of good options out there. Plus, look for profit boosters as well, where you can make even more on your selection. Go to that Underdog app today. Download that sucker. Go to your favorite app store. Download Underdog or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you download Underdog today, use our promo code 1620TheZone and score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620TheZone. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. If your lawn needs a makeover, or if you've been dreaming about a backyard oasis, you need an outdoor upgrade, and you need Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn, and they're going to give you a shot at a $10,000 backyard upgrade, and that could mean anything. Could be your lawn, but it also could be landscaping, retaining walls, new patio, water features, and a whole lot more. Go to 1620thezone.com. Register for your chance to win a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn. It is time to update our poll question. By the way, go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We really, the more the merrier, because we really like to have good data,
good sample
for
size,
all the stuff that we do throughout the season. This is phase 2, the one we did after spring football, and well, the positivity index is still up. 56.2% of the voters have gone with the upper two options. The 6 and 6 or 7 and 5 vote is at 48.1%. The 8 and 4 or better vote is at 7.1%. And so you combine those two results together, 56.2%, which is up from the sub 50% that it was at the end of the regular season. So people feeling at least a little bit better, which, you know, it's typical. We see this. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little surprised it's gone up as much as it has. It's not double digits, but I am surprised it's gone up a little bit just because
nothing has changed.
Nothing has really changed. Yeah, there was a spring football, but it just seemed like every time we brought up the subject, folks were instantly wanting to lean into the, you know, I don't want to hear about these guys. I want to hear more about the basketball team. Don't talk to me until the season started. Don't talk to me until these guys have done something. But maybe it's just the general little bit more distance away from the season ending. But it does bring up an interesting question.
Well, here, real quick, before you get to the question, I wanted to read this comment from YouTube from Mad Max Skur, kind of viewing the data in a little different way. 98% in that poll say between 4 and 7 wins, no offseason Kool-Aid this year.
Yes, but that while that is true, and a lot of people have kind of settled into that mid-range of anywhere between 5 and 7 wins, which is, I mean, but that's also where this team has been for the better part of the last decade. They've basically been anywhere from a 5 to a 7 win team. So it's not surprising that that is the majority opinion right now. No, there hasn't been Kool-Aid drinking. There was a lot more of it last year, and it's natural to say, hey, there's not going to be much Kool-Aid drinking after the season, how it ended like it did.
Yeah, especially if you're expecting the breakthrough and the breakthrough doesn't happen.
So how much better does this team need to be this year? Better, of course, relative to what they did last year. Given that the schedule is tougher, they're going to play 3 playoff teams. How much better does Nebraska need to be? Can they just simply be better by a game? Or, and I'm not saying this is going to excite people, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. If they were against this schedule, which not only includes the 3 playoff teams, but also includes Washington,
Illinois,
also includes Illinois,
and Iowa,
includes Iowa. So those 3 plus the 3 playoff teams, those are 6 what we would call tough games, right?
6 games of top 25 caliber.
Top 25
and
caliber.
Certainly multiple playoff caliber teams, including the defending champs and the champions of 2 years ago.
Can you make the argument that another 7-win season, while no, it's not progress, would be acceptable given that slate that's out there? Because that would mean you would have to win at least one of those 6 games to be in that position. Or is it going to take more than that? Because, you know, Illinois recently has had your number. Iowa has always had your number. We have not seen Washington in a while, but Washington is a program that has had more success recently than Nebraska has. So all those things together, a lot of this is assuming that those 3 playoff teams, that's a given. Nebraska's not winning those games. Forget about it. But if you could take one of those other three, assuming you don't, stumble and fall against a lesser team, there's your 7 wins right there. Can you make the argument that that's what they need to be given the tougher schedule question?
Yeah, a couple comments in the YouTube. D'Lo says they will need to be significantly better to match the 7 wins from last year. 7 wins would be progress. Juan Claude, right? 7 wins and no blowouts would be significant progress.
Wow.
If the schedule matches the on paper nature of the schedule of this moment in time of April 3rd, 2026, 5 months before the season begins, and those 3 playoff teams are basically playoff teams again, if Iowa is another playoff adjacent type team, if Illinois and Washington are upper half of the conference like they have been at times over the last couple of years, like if the schedule is that, John, I think it is inarguable that 7 wins would be progress. And so that goes then back to the other question that you started the discussion with. How much better do you need to be? Man, you need to be a lot better across the board. Because, like, the further we get away from last year, I think a couple of things have really stuck with me. Not that they got their asses kicked at the end of the year. Not the defensive line and how much they struggled against the run. Is that they had like the most advantageous, easy schedule that they have had maybe since their first few years in the conference when the Big Ten wasn't as good as it is now. And they very much did not take advantage of it. And so I that was the feeling that I had watching the spring game this weekend was, wow, oh my gosh, the Rockies are terrible. Just watching them though, John, and seeing, I don't know how talented this team is. And I worry that they have, in some spots, maybe gotten a little bit better. In other spots, have gotten a little bit worse. And so overall, it's going to be a very similar group in terms of the talent level. But the schedule on paper is getting exponentially tougher. 5 conference road games this year instead of 4. So, like, literally just off of that standpoint, the schedule is going to be tougher because there's going to be more travel involved. The 3 playoff teams, including the preeminent program in college football in Ohio State, and that they are always solid and they're always top 5, and then the defending national champs and the new money school that somehow still hasn't won an Addy but is always in the mix. They have those 3 teams on the schedule. I'd rather have Michigan this year. I'd rather have Penn State this year. I'd rather have a year 1 of both of those teams, actually. I'd rather have year 1 of Matt Campbell. I'd rather have year 1 of Kyle Whittingham. Those programs are a little less, like, these are the schools in the league. And then when you start looking at like the second tier, they avoid USC, but Illinois very high up in the second tier. Washington, I think, can definitely be good, assuming that everything is figured out with their quarterback situation and the locker room drama of what happened, at the end of last season. And then there's Iowa. I mean, it's Iowa on the road again this year too, John. And so they got to be a lot better. And so again, I'll answer both of those questions. Got to be a lot better. But if you get to 7 wins and this schedule is as tough on paper as it seems, that would be, I think you give them a jack buck. And I know that we're talking. I know
feels like such a low bar.
Well, my bar for the program is quite low right now.
I know, but would you have? You got to take yourself back 4 years ago when this all started. Would you have said, this is an acceptable bar after 4 years? Absolutely, you would not.
Yeah.
But to the question of how much better do you need to be? How are you going to be better at stopping the run? How?
I don't know. Scheme?
With a defensive line that is, a huge question mark.
Is it scheme? Is it just that you change out a coordinator and you have a different guy in? And
my biggest question is everyone keeps talking about, when you get Calandria, that means, with the little risk comes some reward, but, it also comes with some failure. When talking about the turnover issue. This defense has been terrible at generating turnovers. You can live with a quarterback that's chancy and takes chances and commits turnovers. If you can get some back, this defense, even the one, in Matt Rule's first year, that was better than a lot of people expected, did not generate turnovers. How are you going to offset what you are going to assume is a higher rate of turnover with more of a boomer bust type offense. How are you going to offset that if you're not getting any turnovers back?
That's an excellent question.
That's one of my biggest questions about this year.
With Calandria at quarterback.
With Calandria is, you're gonna, with a running quarterback, probably gonna fumble it a little bit more. He's not gonna be
He's gonna throw more
as turnover
interceptions.
adverse when it comes to throwing it.
Yep.
Say what you want about Dylan, but at least they didn't, turn it over on a regular basis. Otherwise, they'd have been in real trouble. So there's a real give and take there, and that's probably my biggest question about this season is if you are assuming that turnovers are going to be a little more possible, how do you get them back?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, then all of the benefits that you get from Calandria, I think, get offset because now you're putting your defense in a bad spot and you're probably giving up short drives. So, that's what I need to see. I need to see two things out of the defense. How much can they mitigate the damage on the running side, and how much can they mitigate the damage on the turnover side?
I love the way that you described that. They're going to have more turnovers on offense now. How do they make up for it? Because if they can't make up for that, and go look at the number of takeaways last year. It's startling how low that number was. And if it's that way again, it's going to be a problem because the offense, it won't get to 2023 territory, I don't think, but it's going to turn the ball over a lot more than they did last year for sure.
Still more to come. We've got some quarterback portal rankings. Where did Calandria end up? In comparison to Minchie. Remember Minchie?
Oh, I remember him. He was the savior for a day.
He was Nebraska's savior for 24 hours.
I was going to say, I think it was about 24 hours.
Maybe 24 hours. Yeah. We'll have that and Kent Wolgamott coming up in the movie club. Live from Las Vegas on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
By the way, John, for the Rockies fans in the audience, all two of them, Phillies 7, Rockies 0 through the top half of the first inning in Denver.
Yeah.
But that pales in comparison.
What to what?
Cade Horton,
To Nuremberg, the
best
movie will be
pitcher.
discussed. Oh, sorry.
just came out of the game early.
What
due to
happened?
injury. I
Oh,
don't
no.
know.
Is his elbow hurting?
I don't know.
Guess he's not the best pitcher anymore, is he?
Nick.
My team's losing.
Even injured Cade Horton could still pitch better than anyone on the Rockies.
Probably.
Their right fielder couldn't find the ball in the sun, John, in the top of the first, and it dropped next to him.
Oh, geez. Council's rubbing his hair. Great.
It was him. It was Mickey Moniak.
More like Mickey Maniac.
He played for the Angels.
Did he?
Yep.
Cool.
He did. Welcome back to the Grum. We were talking about Anthony Calandria just a moment ago. Another transfer portal ranking list has hit the Grum.
Awesome.
Or hit the interwebs.
Yeah.
This one coming in from the Athletic, Sam Kahn Jr.
Oh, I've talked to Sam before. He's a great guy.
I mean, the usual suspects are at the top of the list.
Who is number one? Is Sorsby? It's right. It's Brendan Sorsby.
No, Sorsby, I think, was fifth.
Fifth?
Yeah. Let's see. Fourth. He was fourth. Fifth was Josh Hoover.
For the Indiana Hoosiers.
The transfer from TCU, now going to play for your defending national champion, Indiana Hoosiers, which is still a weird sentence to say.
It is. It is.
Number 4 was Sorsby,
going
from Cincy to Tech. Number 3 was Drew Mestamaker.
Okay.
So Oklahoma State, now without Mike Gundy.
Yep.
I got to get used to that.
That is going to be different. It's been a while.
He is number 3.
Okay.
Number 2 is Sam Levitt.
Going
from
to
Arizona
LSU.
State to LSU.
Okay.
It's good. I'm glad we have lists like this only because
it reminds you where players are.
Yeah, where they went, because I'll be honest with you, I might not have guessed correctly on most of these. And then Darian Mensah from Duke
going to
Miami.
Interesting.
So those are the top 5.
Okay.
But when I looked at this list,
you said, where's Minchie? Or did you probably say, where's Calandria?
Well, first it was where's Calandria,
yeah.
And then it was where's Minchie.
Yeah.
Calandria was 16th. 16th.
Haters. Is that as many interceptions as he'll throw next year?
Sam writes, they landed on Calandria, just like Plymouth Rock landed on us. After the attempted signing of Minchie fell through. Still plenty of reasons to be excited about the outcome.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Said Calandria had a career year with Dan Mullen and the Rebels. He's a highlight reel waiting to happen with plays with infectious confidence. That cuts both ways, though, and can lead to turnovers, though he has improved interception rate each of the last 2 seasons. Regardless, the pairing of Calandria with coordinator Dana Holgerson's offense should lead to big numbers. That is part of this equation. We haven't really discussed a whole lot.
Holgo the Ogo?
Not Holgo, but Dan Mullen, right? Because
great offensive coach.
A great offensive coach, a guy who at least perceptively hasn't lost his fastball as we perceived with Dana Holgerson. I mean, this is going to tell us so much about Holgerson and whether or not our instincts were right that he maybe has lost his fastball.
Because if they're better this year, I think a lot of the blame, which is already on Raiola, is going to go back on him even harder.
Yeah.
If they are like noticeably better, and it's like, wow, they figured out some stuff on offense, it's going to be, wow, that guy really struggled. It's his fault. They fixed it. Get more mobile quarterbacks moving forward.
But you would think, getting a guy from Dan Mullen, all right, you've got a pretty good product here. Don't mess it up.
Mm-hmm.
And the player, the players play the games. It's not the coach that does it. But there's a lot riding on this year because let's face it, the offense has not really been that dynamic.
Correct.
It really was, and we ran some of the numbers at midseason last year. The improvement, there was improvement, but it was like taking a baby step based on where it was, under Satterfield. Yeah, there was improvement, but it wasn't like this, wow. Well, now you're expecting more wow. You need more wow, quite frankly, out of this offense. And if that doesn't come, or if that gets offset because they're turning the ball over more and not getting many back, how much is that going to reflect back on, what Holgerson's been able to do? But the Dan Mullen of it all, Calandry was certainly better at UNLV than he was at Virginia. But how much of that is also falling on the strength of schedule argument too?
Exactly. He was much better, and the competition was worse. And now he's not even jumping back up to the ACC level of play. He's jumping up to the Big Ten level of play.
But where is Minchie? Kenny Minchie from Notre Dame to Nebraska to Kentucky? 11th. So just a little bit ahead. Sam Kahn writes he's light on game experience, but he pushed CJ Carr in the team competition last season. Enticing talent, accurate, quick release, can reach outside the pocket, arm strength, and the pairing with new head coach. The pairing with a new head coach worked for Dante Moore, Bo Nix, Dylan Gabriel, and Frank Harris. So could it work here as well? Will Stein, by the way, is the new head coach at Kentucky. So Minchie rates 5 spots ahead of Calandry, but I wonder how much of that is Power 5 transfer to a Power 5 versus a guy who's making his way back up from the G5 ranks. Again, it's all relative. It's all rankings, but interesting to see where those two were placed. And that'll be the comparison all year.
It will be. We'll all
what
be
did
paying
Minchie
attention
did at Kentucky?
Yep.
What did Calandry do at Nebraska? Because Calandry ended up being the fallback option that happened very quickly.
I accidentally ordered a Nebraska shirt.
He did accidentally order a Nebraska shirt.
I wonder if he's ever accidentally started a movie.
Nice.
I don't know if he did, but if he did he accidentally start Nuremberg?
What a movie to accidentally start.
Good
yes,
point, Nick.
the over has hit today on the movie club. Talk about Hitler. The 2025 movie Nuremberg with Kent Wolgamont next. He'll join us in the stream live from Stadium Swim. Again, thanks to Circa Resorts for their coverage this week from the Crown, and also Equitable Bank, equitableonline.com. We'll be back with the movie club here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Friday, final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
It's that time of week. Kent Wolgamont joining us. Kent, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Excellent.
I mean, how can I be miserable? I got a beautiful view of the stadium swim. The weather is much nicer here than it is back home. Creighton's in the crown. I mean, life is great.
And you can go waste a lot of money if you'd like.
You
If I'd
can,
like.
John.
If I'd like. I'm trying not to.
Or you could go to the strip and walk on the Formula One track.
No, how does it continue every week?
No, that is one nice thing, because the last 2 years we have been to Las Vegas, it has been literally the day or 2 days after the Formula One race, and it messes everything up on the strip because they have to disassemble the track, and that's like a long process. So it's actually refreshing that, you know, all the sidewalks are open, all the streets are open, and it actually looks like Vegas, and it doesn't look like, you know, it's been, you know, taken over by construction. So that is one benefit to being here in April instead of in November.
We all
And there
agree.
you go.
Yep,
Everyone,
we all
everyone
agree.
agrees. All right. No one has anything to add. That's because it's time to get serious.
Yep.
Because this week we have a very serious movie. My wife recommended this a couple of months ago when it first came out on streaming. And when I saw it showed up on Netflix, I said, it's probably that time. Of course, on this program, we make many references to this time period in world history.
We do.
But
It's a
honestly,
staple.
I mean, I have studied a lot of World War II history. I like watching films or documentaries on World War II. But I'll admit, when it comes to like the immediate post-war, and particularly this event, I'll admit I didn't know a whole lot about the Nuremberg trials. And so this was
Same.
kind of a history lesson for me. And then it made me dive in a little bit to read the actual stuff about everything that went on. But the movie is Nuremberg. It's about the Nuremberg trials. It stars Rami Malek, who plays the lead psychiatrist, Douglas Kelly, who is charged with going into the prison camp where all of the surviving Nazi leadership, led by Hermann Goering, is being imprisoned, and they're trying to get a psychological profile on him so that they can put him on trial and get a conviction. And I know that sounds all weird because, oh, they're the Nazis. They were the bad guys. Why wouldn't they be convicted of war crimes? But that was the other part of this film as well, was the real controversy over how to handle the post-war trials. A lot of people were very nervous that we were just going to get a repeat of the end of the First World War, which basically just said, it's all Germany's fault, and we're going to punish you ad nauseum. And that basically led to the unrest that brought us the rise of the Nazis and World War II. So the debate was, do we just do a show trial and just say, yep, you guys are guilty, hang them? Or do we actually do a real trial where there's real evidence and there's real cross-examination and actually get to the crux of what happened so that we don't get another post-war situation where we get another group that rises up like the Nazis? And so they really want to dive into Goering's personality to see how about they can get a conviction on him and show the world, yes, these people actually were these people. And that's really where we go. Russell Crowe plays Herman Goering, and that's essentially the movie. Did I miss anything key in the in any of the talking
No,
points?
the only other thing, John, that I was going to add is there's like this kind of through line of the movie where there are characters that are kind of talking about, like, I've heard that the camps aren't what they say that the camps are. And so, like, there's this kind of wondering of what was actually going on there. And then, of course, the who knew what, which I think leads to, you know, it's a little over halfway into the movie, probably 75% into the movie of, I mean, certainly the most like horrifying stretch. And that is when they're showing footage of going to, a handful of camps.
Actual footage, by the way.
I was wondering, I figured it was.
I've seen those in documentaries.
And so, and everybody there at the trials is watching it. And, some people have to step out. Everyone's obviously horrified. And so I'd say, John, that was the only other thing, is that there's just kind of this, what was actually going on and who knew it and how high up did that stuff go with the people that were actually on trial.
And that was actual footage from a documentary that was made and shown at that trial. This movie is historically accurate until it isn't. It's another one of those. And specifically, this is going to be spoiler free, I hope. The ending sequence that involves the psychiatrist didn't really happen. Everything else is fairly historically accurate, including what happens in the trial with the two prosecuting attorneys. That also is very historically accurate. They reproduced down to the exact measurements the courtroom for this.
Really?
That's cool.
Yeah, so that was what it looked like. And he did become, I said, this isn't going to give too much away. Kelly, in fact, did become friends with Goering's wife. That happened.
I was going to ask about that, if that was a little embellished
they seem
or
friendly.
not.
No, that was not. But generally fairly accurate. My issue with it when I watched it, both this time and the first time, however, hit that because I do know quite a little bit about, by chance, that was one of the things that I wrote one of my senior papers about at Nebraska was Nuremberg. Whoops. That'd be
there's another F1 reference.
I wish.
Nuremberg.
It's been a long time.
And when that ending was different than what really happened, it was like, huh. And so that kind of tossed me out of the movie at the very end. But beyond that, I think this is a really solid historical, I don't know, drama. Is that what you want to call it?
Oh, absolutely.
And I thought very well acted from top to bottom. I was actually surprised that Russell Crowe didn't get an Oscar nomination.
It was really good.
He did such a good job.
He was good. And I think people underestimate what Michael Shannon did. Michael Shannon plays the Supreme Court Justice. What was his name?
Richard
Jackson.
Jackson.
Court,
yeah, Robert Jackson.
Robert Jackson, who was the person who basically got the trial started, for lack of a better way to put it. And he underplays it because Michael Shannon can be super intense, and he pulls way back to play it. And people are like, well, he wasn't very good. No, he was playing that just perfect, I thought. Remy Malek is fine. That character's kind of odd in a lot of ways, but I thought he was good. I thought the whole thing was well done, solid historical drama.
Two things, Kent. So first of all, you mentioned the final scene. I think I thought it was a solid movie too. It was a 3 out of 5 on Letterboxd for me. I thought at times it had that kind of after school special feel where the director wants to make a point about the current times, right? That
Absolutely.
And so sometimes on my favorite show on TV right now, The Pit, it happens too, where it's like, it feels like the characters are all turning towards the camera and saying, and did you know this stuff is still going on today?
Exactly.
So,
I'll give you, I agree with that. It
Yeah.
was a little too on the nose that way.
Yeah. I like a little bit more subtlety. I think probably all of us do. And the other thing, and you mentioned Rami Malek. So I think the first show I ever saw him on was the Pacific, which is a World War II miniseries on HBO. He was on Mr. Robot. And then I've realized, Kent, as I finished the movie yesterday, I just don't know if I think that this guy's that good of an actor sometimes.
You didn't like him in the museum?
Never saw it. What'd you say, Kent?
I agree. I think he's inconsistent at best and gained dramatically in reputation by playing an imitation of Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Correct.
And he didn't even sing in that movie.
And he didn't sing. And he was imitating somebody, right? I mean, he really did a good imitation of him. But is imitating somebody really acting?
Good question. Yeah. Meanwhile, Russell Crowe, I thought, absolutely owns this movie. Every time he is on screen, you can't look away. He was quiet, but he could be bombastic. You know, I thought in a way he's like a good liar because I think some people wanted to believe him, and then obviously other people don't. I thought Russell Crowe was great.
So that kind of
it almost, there are times, especially as the relationship is deepening and the trust is growing between Malik's character and Russell Crowe's character, there's almost a point where you empathize with Herman Goering because he just wants to reach out to his family, right? You know, because his family's still out there and they're trying to kind of hide in plain sight. And there are times he does a good job of almost making you feel for him. And then you realize, oh, wait a second, this was Hitler's number 2. And by the way, he needs to die.
Yeah.
But I thought, because that's what they're trying to do. That's what Malik's character is trying to do is draw some of this stuff out of him so that he can give inside information to the prosecuting side so they can actually nail him on a conviction. Because Goering's assertion from the very beginning was, hey, I was just in charge of the Luftwaffe. I had no idea that these camps, because it was the concentration camps, which at that point was still very new information and was hitting people like a ton of bricks, almost to the point where it was like you were telling folks that UFOs had landed because they were like, no, that's not possible. Because you got to remember, you're in 1945. No one's sharing videos. No one's sharing this information. There was rumors out there that these camps existed. But then when people were actually trying to convince you, yeah, these are real, there were a lot of folks, even in this country, they're like, really? No, they didn't go that far, did they? And that was the central part of this case, to show that these people were monsters, is what they did to the Jews. And so to get Goering to actually admit, yeah, I knew this stuff was going on, was central to the whole thing. And getting that information out was critical to the whole case. So I thought that to me was the biggest drama with it all. I did like the interplay between Crowe and Malik, but you're right, Josh. I mean, when Russell Crowe's on screen, and it's like this with just about everything he's in,
yes,
he just kind of dominates it.
Yeah,
he absolutely dominates it.
And kind of bouncing off of both of your points, I think what this movie also did a really good job of showing through the historical lens and all of these is kind of the real reason that people followed these terrible people. It was their charisma. They were charismatic men. Like Russell Crowe's portrayal of Goering, and I'm sure Goering was actually like this. You could tell, like, Rami Malek's character was getting endeared to him.
He wanted to believe him.
He was a very charismatic man. Yeah, he was narcissistic and this, and this, but he was still full of charisma. A lot of people, I mean, Goering's, Russell Crowe said that Hitler made us feel German again. he talked about speaking or seeing him speak on top of that coffee house. That was all charisma. Hitler got all those people because of the charisma, and even the third in command. Dude flew all the way to Scotland and managed to work his way up to talk to the Duke of whatever through sheer charisma. And at the end of the day, I think that's another thing that the director was trying to highlight is people follow bad people if they're charismatic, more or less. That's kind of what that is. People are just kind of blinded by that.
The thing that it seemed to me like, as Josh said, he was a little too on the nose about this.
Yeah.
But on the other side of the coin, I think one of the values of this movie is what we've been talking about in showing the actual Holocaust footage. Because we're now 80 years from the end of World War II, right? So, my mom is still alive, and she was in high school when the war ended, and she's 98.
Wow.
So essentially, there's very, very few people that are still alive that will recall finding out about that way.
Yeah.
Right. And for us as a society, it's just referred to now and it's not seen. Right. And when you see that, it's still horrifying, when they're pushing the piles of bodies with the truck.
That was the exact thing that will stick with me from all that footage, because I had never seen that before. I'd seen bodies piled on top of each other. I think we've all probably seen photos or pictures of shoes and those types of things. I had never seen, and of the ovens, of course, I had never seen that footage.
That was a new piece of footage for me as well.
Yeah, that was awful.
Yeah. And this has nothing directly to do with this picture, but there is a film that I think should be seen often, although it won't be, is the 8-hour documentary Shoah. That was a series of interviews that were done with survivors of the Holocaust in the late 80s, early 90s, when they were very old, and they made this documentary, and it's devastating, but it's another picture that needs to be seen again and again, I think. That was probably, watching that movie was probably the most devastating movie going experience I've ever had, because the rabbi from one of the synagogues here and I watched 4 hours in the morning, went to lunch, turned around and watched the second 4 hours in the afternoon. So 8 hours of that.
Oh my gosh.
9 hours or 9.5 hours was just devastating.
I mean, we tend to get caught up in the moment, prisoners in the moment, and we think of all the bad things that happen in our world or have happened in our world, the last 20, 25, 30 years, whatever it is. And still to this day, when you see the stuff that happened in the concentration camps, you're reminded this is absolutely the bottom of human civilization. This is the worst atrocity that has been captured on film and is widespread known. I'm sure I'm sure there's been horrible things that happen that, many, before technology, before everything, but this is like the thing that shows humanity at its absolute worst. And it's still jarring. But the point you made, Kent, about the people that are old enough to remember, we've lost all of these. We have no more Pearl Harbor survivors. We're getting fewer and fewer World War II veterans every single day. But now we're getting to the point where the people who remember the war are leaving us as well, which is kind of hard for me to believe, because, again, this is something I've studied a lot of, and it's just like, oh yeah. And so you wonder how in the next, 20 or so years, the war is going to be discussed, how it's going to be thought of, because we won't have anyone to talk to who was like, oh, yeah, I remember what it was like when this happened.
Yeah. Well, remember, 20 years from now, it'll be 100 years.
Yes.
The end of World War II.
Yeah, and anybody who's was alive back then, I mean, you're going to pretty much reach a point where they don't remember it because they were kids.
And unfortunately, there are groups of people now who have decided to start denying that all of this even happened again for whatever reason.
Sadly, that's been going on since it happened.
Yeah.
Well, that's Nuremberg. Anything else we need to add about it? I think, you mentioned, Kent, the courtroom was detailed to the last, square inch. I thought everything, cinematography wise, it looked really good for what it was. We didn't mention John Slattery played Roger Sterling in Mad Men. It was kind of nice to see him there, though. I will admit,
he's just
the first few
him
times,
again.
I know.
the first few times he was on
Roger
screen,
Sterling.
Just playing Roger Sterling.
I kept
with a
waiting for
mustache.
him to go off on his rant about how
He had
his
some things
famous
to
rant.
say about
He
the
had many things to
Japanese
say about
people
the
in Mad Men.
Japanese in Mad Men.
There is one more thing I wanted to talk about. It was the Rami Malek's translator, that character. When he
we have not mentioned him at all.
When he shared his story at the end. By the way, who is that actor? I don't know if I recognize him.
What was his character's name? Do you remember?
Is Leo Woodall.
That monologue he had was incredible. I was the most into the movie, immersed into the movie I felt was when he was telling his story. And I kind of want a movie. Is that a real person, or is that just a character?
Yeah.
I want a movie about him in his life.
How he treaced?
Yeah, I want a movie about him because that was incredible.
Well, he died 10 years ago next month. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
When
that broke my heart hearing him tell his story and all of that. Oof.
When I saw it when did it come out? November, October, whenever it was. And that scene's clear at the end. We're not going to give away the scene, but it's at the very end of the movie, and I'm like, that can't possibly be true.
Yeah.
Right? His story. That's got to be made up for the movie, right? And I went home and it's like, holy crap.
That man's incredible. I need to know more about him. I need to learn more about that guy specifically.
Looks like it might be a documentary about him. Yeah, he's subject of a documentary in 2006 and a book as well in 2012.
Now, I would never suggest that you use a movie to be a historical teaching tool. I would say if you were like me and didn't know a whole lot about the details of the Nuremberg and especially this Dr. Kelly, don't do any research. Just watch the movie. Do your research afterwards. The only reason I say that is at the end, when usually in these documentary style movies or historical movies, they tell you about and so did this and so did that and so. I will say that I had a response when I found out what happened with Malek's character ultimately. So I would just say, cause I mean that kind of brought it all back around full circle for me. So I'd just say if you don't already know the story of Dr. Douglas Kelly, watch the movie first, just because I think it adds to the emotional punch at the end of the film.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. When you said don't do research, the director told all the actors not to do any research and not to watch the Holocaust films. So when they showed that film and they showed the reaction of the people in the courtroom, was literally the first time that most of them had seen the film.
Wow.
So it was a legitimate reaction rather than something they studied.
That's
interesting.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. Because you can get a little desensitized. Even as awful as it still looks to this day, you can get a little desensitized when you've seen it so many times.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's Nuremberg. It is streaming on Netflix. If you'd like to check it out, I enjoyed it, and I hope you do too. If you do decide to check it out on Netflix. Who's next?
Nick Grimm.
Picking a movie that I had previously tried to pick, and then it got yoinked off of wherever it was streaming shortly after I picked it.
What? It got
yoinked, John.
Oh,
but
yoinked.
it's on Netflix now, and it doesn't say it's leaving soon.
And it's April 3rd, so it shouldn't be leaving at least for a month.
So for one more time, we're going to try to watch and talk about The Fifth Element.
I forget, when did you pick this last?
It was like a year ago, I think.
And then it disappeared right away?
Basically right away.
Bruce Willis?
Yep.
I've only seen this movie one time, but I was in high school and I barely remember it.
The thing I remember the most, I've seen parts of this movie. I've never seen it in full, but what I remember the most is the cigarettes. The filter was like this big, and the actual cigarette part was the size of what a filter is.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
The Fifth Element.
Real quick, speaking of movies that are leaving Netflix, all of the Bond films are leaving.
I saw that.
April
That
20th.
was so fast.
Yeah.
Would anybody be
they
able to
weren't up
watch
there
all of
that
them
long.
by then?
Yeah. So I guess Bond year won't continue.
I will admit I've probably watched 2 or 3 of them since. Which one did we do? We did Thunderball.
We
right?
did the first one, yeah.
Or we did Dr. No.
Dr. No.
I went back. I watched Thunderball. I watched basically watched all the Connery ones. So I don't know. I got into a Bond kick again thanks to watching Dr. No. But
Now they're
all
taking
those
it
Bond
away from
movies
you.
are leaving Netflix here at the end of the month.
Get AMC Plus, John.
I guess I should.
Nick, I was thinking we'd get Rush so we'd have something to watch this month.
We've done Rush already, Kent. That was one of the first movies I picked for Movie
Damn,
Club.
I thought we had, but I was hoping. Well, there's Senna's out there. The documentary's fabulous.
Yeah, have we done Senna? Have I made us do the Senna yet?
The documentary
No,
we
you
did
made
was
us do the one on
Schumacher.
Yeah,
That's
the guy who
right.
crashed.
The seven
You
part.
remember the dumbass that was leading the race by a full lap and then ran over the guy in front of him?
The 7-part Senna documentary, I think, is also that biopic. I think that's also on Netflix. That's really good too.
I'm sure it's great.
All right. Well, Kent, have a great weekend. Stay dry.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we'll talk to you next week.
I'll talk to you next week. I'll be watching the Final Four here.
Yep. Yes.
Who's your
we
natty?
will.
Who's your pick to win it all?
Who's my pick? I think Arizona. Who am I pulling for? Illinois. Oh, why not?
Wow, Illinois. Interesting.
I don't think they'll win, but how can you on earth pull for UConn
Yeah, John.
What do you mean?
or
Big East.
Michigan?
Come
Yeah.
on, Big East.
UConn
Dan
or
Hurley. The lovable, squeezable Dan
Unreal.
Hurley.
So gross.
And his potty mouth mom.
So,
Kent, you like movies. Would you like to see the thumbnail I made for today?
sure.
There you go. I'm very proud of it. I'm showing everybody.
Yeah, we can tell.
I spent a lot of
Yeah.
time on that this morning.
Did you see the stuff out there with Brad Underwood wearing all the Eastern European outfits and stuff? Because of
No.
look on Twitter. There's some pretty hilarious Underwood dressing up like he's a Eastern European coach.
Well,
So
Nice.
Incredible.
Fits his team.
It does fit his team. All right, Kent.
Have a
we'll
good
talk to you
weekend,
next
Kent.
Friday.
Bye, Kent.
see ya.
That is the Movie Club. We will be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. back here at the Stadium Swim at the Circa Resort in Las Vegas. It's a little bit busier than it was the last time we were all together here. It's a lot warmer day. A little windy.
Stop rubbing it in, John. It's always windy in Vegas.
It is. It is windy.
But they
especially
call
when
it
you're
the
up
Windy
here.
City.
I think
It's still misty out.
I think people underestimate or underappreciate how windy Vegas is. It's so windy.
People should be talking about it more and more.
Why don't they talk about it more?
Why don't they talk about it more? Meanwhile, the feud between Cody Campbell and Brett Yormark has continued to the point where now Campbell, the Texas Tech billionaire who is trying to, at the same time, reform the sport as he is trying to feed into the beast that's causing all of the consternation over reform in the first place.
It's wild. He's like, I hate this current form, but man, I'm going to put a ton of money
man,
into
am I
it.
good at it. Look
Yeah,
at me.
Seriously.
The beef is over the scheduling of the Texas Tech opener in the Big 12
Against
Big 12
Houston, because the
Against-
Big 12
against
is going to
Planet.
move it to a Friday night, and they don't want to do it on a Friday.
Yeah, against Planet Houston. Doesn't want to do it because, it's Friday Night Lights. We can't have, people impeding on high school football in Texas.
Yeah.
He put out a tweet, a 4-point bullet point tweet explaining his points, saying, hey, I will reiterate that Friday nights are sacred in Texas.
Great night for football.
High school football is an integral part of our proud culture. It's different here than it is in other states. Point 2, Texas Tech's alumni base is largely centered in the DFW area. That's Dallas-Fort Worth, which is 300 miles from Lubbock. Friday's game puts enormous strain on their ability to attend the game. Bullet point 3, Texas Tech plays a late road game in Corvallis, Oregon the prior Saturday. Will arrive back in Lubbock at 4 a.m. Sunday. I call this the Matt Rule flying back from Maryland late clause. While we are technically inside the window that allows this game to be played, it's only by a few hours, which will put significant strain on our team, staff, even the equipment managers. How nice of it is that he's looking out for the equipment managers.
It's very kind.
And bullet point 4, Brett Yormark and I are friends and have a good relationship. We work together on many fronts, and Texas Tech is very committed to the Big 12. We are friends. However, I stand by the quote I made. The commissioners work for the presidents, and the presidents work for the boards. The commissioners have not been vested in unilateral authority to do whatever they want. This is an issue throughout college athletics.
Jordan writes, it's 1 week. Get over it. It is just 1 week. Everybody else has to do it in the league. Why can't you?
I don't know.
You know what I think?
What's that, Nick?
Not to defend Brett Yormark.
Okay.
I think we shouldn't allow boosters and people like Mr. Campbell to have this kind of power.
Well, thankfully, Nick, I don't think he does. He's just whining.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're going to move this game off of Friday. I think it will be on Friday.
Like the way the way Campbell's platforming like this, though, like grandstanding,
this is what,
if you will.
John, in the words of Mad Men, that's what the money is for.
Right.
You get paid, and you have to play on the days they tell you to play.
Exactly.
That's how it's always worked.
You can't accept their check and not accept their terms. If you don't want to accept their terms, don't accept the check.
Yeah. Bingo.
I mean, is football trying too hard to be in every time window on every day of the week?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
But this one's not that out of bounds because we've been doing it for a long time. And again, you signed the deal with Fox. Live with it. It's one game. And as far as the strain and the stress, ain't like these kids are going to school anymore. They can still sleep in and get their practice in. Cody. All right, we'll take a break. Be back. It's the SEC championship game on its dying days.
Whoa!
That Jack Mitchell will join us for the Super Friends Roundtable, also coming up.
One Beer
here.
Friday.
And yes, One Beer Friday. Mine is still chilling on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. He's out.
John moved.
Yeah, why'd you move, John?
Well, the one thing that happens as the day gets longer is that the sun
Oh, you remember that, son.
starts to move.
I don't know what it's like.
Starts to move into a different position, and so I want to. Well, mainly it's for me, but it's also for the equipment. I don't want the equipment to bake in the sun.
Josh, the sun is that thing our grandparents told us about while we were growing up.
Interesting.
Oh, come on. It's only been a couple of days.
When you're here and it rains for 2 days, you're like, I guess it's Seattle now.
Oh.
You do that every time. Why can't we complain too? You bitch all the time. I want to complain.
Yeah.
By the way, Juan reaches out, Juan Claude in the YouTube chat. If anyone on the Grum wants to borrow the 4K Blu-ray of The Fifth Element, I'll drop it off.
Do you need a 4K Blu-ray player to play the? Damn it!
Dude, what you sound like the character in The Wedding Singer when he's like, "Hey, I got a CD," and she's like, "Ooh, let's go play it on the record player." And he
Okay.
goes, "No, Jules, it's a CD. You play it on a CD player."
It's a fair question.
No, it's not.
Because you have Blu-ray players, and then they call it the 4K Blu-ray player.
Yeah,
that's dumb.
It's a better quality.
Name it a different thing. Don't call it a Blu-ray.
What should they have called it?
I don't know. 4K Ray.
4K Ray.
Yeah.
All right. Hard to argue with that, I guess.
I have a Blu-ray player. You would think I could play a Blu-ray on a Blu-ray player.
While you dorks are arguing over Blu-ray players.
Yeah. Oh, wait. He says you can play it on a regular Blu-ray.
Oh, I'll take you up on that then.
We might be getting close to
crowning.
Oh,
baby, I'm
look,
crowning.
Schwarb's just hit another bomb against the Rockies.
Oh, John.
The Alabama Crimson Tide have been the most successful program in the SEC in what is known as the SEC Championship era, which started in the early 90s. They've been to more of them. They've won more of them. They've dominated the event. But athletic director Greg Byrne earlier this week in an interview with USA Today said about the SEC Championship game, "I think the ship has sailed. It's run its course." Greg Byrne has joined the growing chorus of those singing the death knell to the SEC football championship game.
And then how about the fact? So he started it yesterday, right? Yeah, that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
And later on yesterday, Kirby Smart said the same thing to On3. That he says when you move, if and when you move to 24, he says where we are at right now with 12 teams, I don't necessarily agree that it needs to quit being played. But if it gets to 16, John, or 24, and we've got to move the end of the season up and we've got to get everything done by the second week of January, then I'd probably say it has to go.
So, and by the way, Kirby Smart
has won a few of them too.
He's won a few of them, both
Yeah.
as an assistant and as a head coach.
Yep.
I mean, certainly, and we have talked about it. Is it necessary anymore? In the world of an expanded playoff?
No.
Especially when both the teams playing in said playoff game are going to be, or both teams playing in the conference championship are going to be in the playoff anyway. It seems to lessen the importance. As I'm like thinking about all these things, there's a part of me that's starting to get buyer's remorse on the expanded playoff.
Why?
And here's why. The SEC championship game, conference championship games, but especially the SEC championship game, because it's usually been, I mean, if you go back through the history of championship games, usually the most exciting ones, the best contested ones have been in the SEC. Granted, they've had more of them, but they tend to have some really good ones. We went through that decade. We went through that decade where the Big Ten championship game was just a waste of time, save for the last couple of years. But there's something about when two teams who are rivals and have familiarity, have hate for each other, that makes for better football than watching one of those other teams play someone from a different conference. I get it. It's a playoff. But now that it appears like it is going to happen, that we're going to start losing these games, I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to come to a point where it's like, man, we were fine with 4 because we got kind of the best of both worlds. We got our playoff, but we also got these conference championship games between rivals that know each other, that hate each other, the intensity that you would get in that stadium absolutely outshines anything you'll hear at a playoff game, period. And those are the moments that we look forward to. Those are the moments that we're excited about. Those are the times where it's like, man, this is great. These two sides hate each other. Stadium's half full of Georgia, half full of Alabama, or it's, pick whatever 2 teams. There is a part of me now that we're on the cusp of this going away that I'm almost going to have buyer's remorse and say, man, I think we were better off with 4.
That's wild because, like, when I think of the things that we have lost or that we will lose as the sport continues to change, and, of course, a large part is driven by the realignment component of everything, conference championship games are not something that I ever care about. It's a new thing. They weren't even around when I was born. They weren't around when you were born. This isn't a 100-year-old tradition. This is like a 30-year-old tradition. And so, like, this thing disappearing is not something that I care about at all. And like you're only talking about the SEC. Of course, if they go,
but I mean, the Big Ten has gotten a little bit better, right?
Yeah, but you hated last year. All you did the whole week was crap on it. You made fun of that game the whole week, even though it was 1 versus 2. Because it was the least consequential 1 versus 2.
But why was it? Because it was least because it wasn't consequential because we've expanded the playoffs.
Sure, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And so I like.
I understand that. That's why I'm saying it's buyer's remorse. I know that there's nowhere. I know that there's no going back. That doesn't mean I can't still wonder about. Man, was it more fun when those conference championship games essentially were playoff games? But they were playoff games between rivals who absolutely could not stand each other.
Sure. But I mean, all the other conference championship games for the most part are pretty meh. Like you're just talking about one league and one game, which usually admittedly is a banger. Last year's, not so much, but a lot of years of my life, the SEC title game has been really good and featured really good teams. We have not been able to say that about the other leagues. And if the SEC does this, I think everybody else is going to get in line and say, all right, sounds good to me. Like if they're doing it, because this has been the one.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, no. I mean, we know this. We knew this was coming. And I'm not surprised that this is coming. So don't misinterpret what I'm saying. This is not a shock that this is going to happen. But it's kind of that moment where, it's coming, but then it actually does happen. And then it hits you. Oh, that's going to be gone now. There's a part of me that's like, I'm going to miss those. I'm going to miss those Saturdays where we had these rivals go up against each other and the winner kept going on and the loser probably was not going to the playoff. Okay. And I realize it wasn't always that way with the SEC, but there was that element of, well, that team might be gone now.
I guess maybe where I missed it was, or this conversation, you're lamenting something that's already gone, because it is not win and you move and lose and you're done. Now, like this year, we saw it. Georgia won. They got their seed. Alabama didn't even move down, even though they played like trash in that game.
Yeah.
Indiana, Ohio State at least meant something for seeding, but as all of us have said, like, did that really mean anything in the end? Probably not. Like you are lamenting something that I think has already been changed. Never again will we enter into that type of world. Never again will those games be Alabama 1, Florida 2, winner is in the Natty, loser is not. And like your season literally comes down to this one football game.
Yeah.
But when you have these people, when you have Burns saying this, oh my gosh, it's toast. Yeah, because this has been the one. Like of all the conference championship games, the argument has been forever. There's no way that they get rid of that one. It makes too much money. And so if he is willing to say that, if Greg Byrne is willing to say that, then it's only a matter of time. And I guess a matter of time is when they expand it to 24. Which still seems, even though
and that's the other part of it too. I mean, to me, 24 is just it's
a ridiculous,
such a godly ridiculous number, and none of it makes any sense. Yeah, I wish 2019 me would come back and slap 2026 me and say, "Stay with 4."
See, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. Yes,
because I wasn't going to be able to control it.
But here's the problem. The number we have right now is really good. And so I understand you're saying, like, if we wouldn't have expanded, then we wouldn't expand again. But, like, it's not your fault for thinking a slightly bigger playoff, which is more inclusive. Like, that was a smart idea. We had a good opinion on it.
Right.
the people in charge.
But
for whatever
again,
reason,
every stinking time we expand it, immediately the conversation goes to, well, what about the next one? Well, what about the next one? It's a disease that is struck all across sports. This isn't, believe it or not, this isn't even just a college sports thing, because usually these are the people that are least educated. But
I was going to say it happens in the pro sports.
it does happen in the pro sports, but 24. I'm going to be so nauseous with 24.
Thankfully, it'll be early basketball season for you, so you won't have to watch many rounds.
It will be early.
I'll sit on my couch and take it all in and take notes for you.
I'm sure you will.
Mhm.
I'm sure you will. All right. You know what it's time for? One Beer Friday. You know what I have lined up for me? A beer.
4 beer Friday.
I have a beer. No, I have a beer.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys got a sixer.
I've had one already. Now I'm going to have another one.
Okay, perfect.
He's had
as I watch
one.
the Cubs try to come back and win this baseball game.
We got a lot of stuff to do over the next hour and 15. We still have Jack Mitchell joining us at 5:30. We got predictions to get to as well.
Yep.
And other stuff.
So we'll be back. One Beer Friday on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
And away we go.
Woo!
One beer Friday. The only problem with these aluminum bottles, they don't give you the satisfaction of the sound.
They do not.
It's like unscrewing a cap from a gallon of milk.
They do
I
not.
mean, the beer's still
You
good.
don't want milk beer?
The beer's still good, and despite the fact that the bucket has lost its ice,
the mountains are still blue.
Are the mountains still blue? Oh, the mountains are not blue.
Oh
no!
That means it's as warm
Well,
as Nick's bladder.
It's not quite that. It's still very drinkable,
Good.
especially when you're sitting out here at the stadium swim
or inside
watching the. God bless you, baseball. God bless you, Rob Manfred, for giving us all this day baseball on Friday. You know how many times this year we're going to be on a Friday and there'll be like no day baseball. But today we got day baseball. We got games all over the place. We got the Cubs and the Cleveland. We got Baltimore and Pittsburgh. We got Cincinnati and Texas, a great rivalry, Cincinnati and Texas. We got the Orioles and the Twins.
They hate each other.
Or raising the Twins. It's beautiful.
We have
Thank you,
the
Rob
equivalent
Manfred.
of an adult punching a kindergartner.
Yeah, we're still watching this stupid game.
Yeah, why are you still watching that?
Andy writes, for the intro graphics, you should put up all the beers listeners send in. Andy, challenge accepted. That's a
fun
great
idea.
idea. I'll see if I can put something fun together in Canva for next week.
It's a great call.
Great call. Doug and
send
Ido.
us send us a pic of what you're drinking.
Yeah, let us know.
Send us a pic of what you are drinking and use the hashtag #OneBeerFriday.
Doug and Ido says Germany's #1 black lager, Kostritzer, on the desk for One Beer Friday.
Designated Hitler.
Cheers, fellas. Wow, the over hits yet again. Jimmy writes, let's keep John in Vegas. Show is a lot happier. John, are you a happy man today?
I mean, it's hard to be sad when you're out here in the bright sunshine and it's a nice day.
That's true.
Yeah, just listening to a bunch of techno Eurojam remix beats.
Absolutely.
Can you hear that, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Nick turned it down because Kent was telling us the story about the 9-hour Holocaust documentary, and it was like,
Yeah, I had to cut you off
Yeah.
for that whole thing.
Yeah, it was a little
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
That probably was a smart choice on your part.
Mhm.
It
called
is
me smart.
also, and that's the other thing too. I was wondering. I suppose it's probably the first weekend that has the most traffic out here, but I was curious to see if we would see a lot of, Final Four like traffic.
Yeah,
I haven't seen, Michigan people. I haven't seen Illinois people. I haven't seen UConn people. So I guess maybe it's not as busy during Final Four week.
Are you guys going to try to make it back to Circa tomorrow night to watch the Final Four? Because, man, that would be tight.
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the game will get done, and it also depends on what happens in the game. We might be flying out early. So
That'd be a
flying earlier.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we will see. Either way, we'll find a place to watch
Good.
the Final Four. But speaking of the Final Four, of course, you got Illinois and UConn and you have Michigan and Arizona. By the way, both lines are identical, -1.5. I wonder if in the history of the Final Four we have had two semifinals whose line was under 2 points in both games in the same year.
Great question. Great question.
I mean, it's basically a pick 'em.
These matchups are so interesting. I think we talked about it a little bit on Monday after the Final Four was set. 3 of the teams that have made it to Indianapolis, Arizona, Michigan, and Illinois. I can remember weeks of the season where they were each viewed as the best team in college basketball.
Yes.
Michigan, I think they were the first of this group because they walloped Gonzaga in a game that you saw in person.
Yeah, the last time I was in this town, I watched
Vegas.
Michigan absolutely roll everybody.
That trip for them stuck with a lot of people for a long time, and it's still
Stuck with
sticking
me
with
for
them.
a long time.
And so they were the first. Then Illinois has that stretch in late January, early February. Kevin mentioned one of the games yesterday. They go on the road to Mackey. That was the first time that I was like, whoa, take a look at this team. They went into Lincoln and ran away with the second half. But then they had a bit of a lull. I think Arizona has been like this super consistent team this year as well. And going into the dance, they were a lot of people's pick to win it all. So you have 3 teams that collectively have been viewed as the best team in the sport at various points. And I don't think, I mean, look, I'm sure there's somebody on the internet who said UConn is the best team in college basketball this year.
I don't think so.
I agree. But
I don't think there hasn't been that. They're kind of the outlier in this conversation.
But the thing, what do they have? They won 2 titles in back-to-back seasons within the last 4 years. And so, I think that sets up for a really cool Final Four where it's like 3 teams that definitely belong. And then if you want to say the 4th one doesn't belong, even though no one would say that, they won the games, they have so much history built into this situation that you're like, well, would I be shocked? Kevin said it yesterday. Would I be shocked if they lifted up the banner or if they cut the nets on Monday? Of course he wouldn't. So that makes for a really fascinating group of teams, and then you can start diving into the individual stuff, the Big Ten stuff. There's so much that goes into what's going to happen over the course of the next few days.
Michigan, Arizona is the game everyone's been talking about. I mean, you just look at the metrics. These are top 5 teams in just about every important category. But the thing that is still so fascinating to me, I mean, Michigan just stylistically looks like a complete team. They can score inside. They can shoot it. They can play good defense. They have the number 3 ranked adjusted efficiency defense, according to Bart Torvik. And then you got Arizona, as we talked about with Kevin yesterday. They only take 25% of their shots from 3. It is such a contrast to the way this sport has gone.
Yep.
For them to be at this high a level and to have this kind of respect, I look back, they've only made 10 or more threes, I think 4 times this year. And the last time they did it was in January.
That is incredible.
This is just, I mean, here are the numbers. Here are the numbers in the tournament so far. 6 of 13, 7 of 17, 5 of 8, 5 of 15. I mean, efficient. It's not poor shooting. They just don't do it a lot because they're so doggone good everywhere else. And, their metrics, number 1 ranked defense, still the 7th ranked offense. Heck, they're adjusted, their effective field goal percentage, which is driven largely by your outside shooting, is still top 30, even though it's a team that does not rely on the 3-point shot. Yet here they are, and you said it, they've probably looked the role more consistently than all of the other teams. Michigan, you said, had the big high point. Illinois had the big high point. UConn hasn't been in that conversation. But Arizona's just been this steady flow throughout the whole year. I mean, they were undefeated in their first 23 games, and their only 2 losses came back-to-back, and they were both essentially one-possession games. One of them was to Kansas on the road, which is a hard place to win at anyway.
Yep.
And the other one, they lost in overtime to Texas Tech. But then after that, got right back on the horse and just dominated.
Dude, look at what they did. When they played Kansas the second time and then Iowa State, those were back-to-back. They won by 23 and 16. They dominated in those games.
And, you got the 2 guards versus the 2 bigs for Michigan. I'll be very curious to see whose advantages, whose strengths will play better against the other team. Because you've got Lindenberg and Johnson, the two bigs who have been the two best players this season for Michigan. And then you got Bernice and Bradley, the guards, who have been the two best players this season for Arizona. Not to say that everybody else is chopped liver, because they're not. But I'll be curious to see which side gets the better of whom and who can mitigate, some of the advantages that one of those teams had. It's a great matchup. The best part is they have not seen each other before.
I know. I love
and
that
so
about this game.
It's completely foreign territory. And I think it's going to be a tremendous game. And I really like the first game. And I'm not just saying that, Mr. Big East Hong, but the emergence of Terrace Reed for Connecticut has changed that team. They've been a very good team this year. But since Terrace Reed turned into the second coming of Bill Walton, I mean, his numbers in this tournament are comparable to what Bill Walton was doing, 50 years ago in terms of the points and the rebounds. But his emergence into this force that you just can't afford to have off the floor has changed this UConn team, because that was kind of the one thing they were missing. Reed didn't remind you of those UConn bigs, the Sinogos, the Klingons, who led their teams to championships. Reed was he was good. He wasn't great. But in this tournament, he's been great. And that has changed the whole dynamic for UConn, which is why I don't think, even though of the teams, they're they're probably the one that is strangely getting the least amount of respect, even though they've won 2 national championships. When you're just looking at these teams this year, that's the team where, you can make the argument for Michigan winning it all. You make the argument for Arizona winning it all. You make the argument for Illinois winning it all. The argument that's being made for UConn winning it all is because they have won it and they have Dan Hurley.
Correct.
But now they have Reed playing like this has changed the game for them. And they just look like a different team to me than they did a month ago.
I want to go back to something you mentioned with the second game, the 3-point shooting for Arizona and the lack thereof. I wonder, John, if as the final 3 games of the season move into a football stadium, as it always does, could that end up benefiting them? That they are not reliant on the 3, that they will not be going into this game with the game plan to chuck them up a bunch of times, because that is not their style. You had the number of games in which they have shot 10. I mean, that's a crazy low number. Only 10 attempts in, 5 games this year? That is wild.
10 makes. 10 makes.
That is a wildly low number in this modern era of basketball that has seen it go from the top all the way down into the lower levels. I go to Little League games and I see, my nephew and his team is chucking up 3s, And so could that end up benefiting the Wildcats? Because that is not going to be how they operate. I always wonder about, how the dome plays into it. Sometimes we've seen some real stinkers in the Final Four, because I just think the moment is big, but the stadium is big and the sightlines are weird and the backdrop behind the
ambiance is weird.
Everything is weird. Everything is weird about it. This is not a normal basketball game. After like all the normalcy a whole year, the tournament gets strange because the basketballs are different. They're new and they're filled with a ton of air. And then you multiply that when you get to the Final Four in the big ass arena. So like that's something that I'm wondering about in that game. I love the size that we're going to have in this Final Four. It's a lot of big dudes on these teams across the board, and just so interesting in how they were built. We never got around to the Dan Wetzel column on,
I was going to kind of transition into that.
Okay, here, let me use something from that I found really interesting, and that was he talked about how unique Michigan and Illinois' roster construction is, where like you think if the Big Ten was finally going to be able to do it, it would be like they maybe had a generational crop of local players. And it's really not like that. Michigan, it's a transfer portal heavy roster. What is it? 60-something% of a lot of their production is transfers, guys that weren't on the team to start their careers. And then, of course, we know with Illinois, it is a very foreign roster, players coming from overseas to join their program. And so, like, those storylines are interesting. And then you have, again, Arizona. I feel like they kind of get short shrift at times because they're just so even Steven. And then UConn, who the biggest reason to believe in them might be, well, past success. Can that predict future glory? And so, again, it just goes into a nice little melting pot of what should be a fascinating Final Four.
What Dan Wetzel wrote in his column this week, that the Big Ten basketball dominance, quote, might be here to stay. And of course, you got two teams from the Big Ten in this tournament. They had their most in the Sweet 16. They certainly made all the headlines this year. This was the year. My argument would be,
got to win it first.
You got to win it first. It's such an oddity because the Big Ten has been very good at basketball. Now some of it is just their sheer depth and their size. And certainly they have been close. Wisconsin has been close. Purdue has been close.
Michigan State.
Michigan State has been close.
A lot of these teams
Michigan has been there. So they've got plenty of depth there, but it's hard for me to proclaim anything as dominant when you can't win the whole thing. If the Big Ten doesn't win the whole thing this year, this would have to rank as the biggest disappointment of them all because they had so many people that made it to the Sweet 16, and they've got arguably their two best teams, maybe outside of Purdue, that made it to the Final Four. And to not win it this year, it would be hard for me to say dominance.
What was it? Six teams in the Sweet 16, 4 in the Elite Eight, 2 in the Final Four. I mean, like, John, these are similar numbers to what the SEC did last year.
Right.
And we were saying that you have to win it all for all of this to be worth it for you, To
me, dominance is, not to troll here, but dominance is what the SEC did in football. Because, they populated the playoff with a lot of teams, but then they won it.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it for a very long time. That's not to say that we might not be embarking on an era, especially if the Big Ten does win the title this year, where it then becomes the starting point for future dominance. So I won't disagree with Wetzel on that, but to say it is dominant now, that's too soon to tell because, again, they haven't won it yet. That said, I mean, they've got as good a chance as they have had in the last 25 years.
I was going to say, when I think of the best teams of the Big Ten, that have come out of the regular season or at least have made a deep run, this Michigan team is obviously going to rank very high. It's been 21 years now, but the Illinois team that lost to North Carolina, Roy Williams' first national championship with D. Brown and Luther Head, like that was a really good team. They were undefeated until the last game of the regular season. And you've had some other really solid ones. How many Izzo teams have made runs to the Final Four? That Wisconsin stretch with Bo Ryan, they made it to the Natty. They lost to Duke a little over a decade ago. They made it to the Final Four the year before that. We've seen some good teams. The funny part is the best chance, John, that I think that they've had in the 26 years, might not even make it to the national championship game because they're going up against such a good team on the other side in Arizona. That's the wild part, We keep saying it. This game almost feels like a national championship, but one of these teams isn't going to make it to the national championship game.
Well, what do we think will happen in these games? We told you about the matchups, but what do we think will happen? It is time for predictions.
I thought you were going to say it first.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings.
The Rockies are down by 9 runs, and Nick was fist pumping
because they got on base. Josh.
Oh my God!
Oh dear.
Brenton
God.
Doyle, the multi-time Gold Glove winner, got on base. Went right between Alec Boehm and the others.
John, given how Nick cheers when his team is down 9 runs in the 7th inning, can you imagine if the Rockies ever made a run?
I would foam at the mouth.
By the way, Nick, there's not a slideshow here, so is it just the little graphic?
It shouldn't be. Let me go see what happened there.
Well, while you guys are diddle-daddling, I'll tell you that now last week we did predictions on Thursday ahead of the Nebraska-Iowa game. Josh won the week.
Hell yeah.
Nick still has the overall lead.
Hell no.
But we are so early in this, the longest round of predictions that will take us all the way to the beginning of the college football season. It's a long ways
Happer!
off. Yeah, Happer's back. I think we've lost Rob Anderson. What happened to him? He's in the other cabana.
Is he eating corn dogs?
Is he having the lobster corn dogs? Probably not.
Sorry, Marcus Blossom. We're getting the corn dogs, baby.
Here we go. We've got baseball to start off predictions this week. It is the Connor Happer, Rob Anderson series of the week. The Milwaukee Brewers are at the Kansas City Royals starting tonight on Apple TV.
Oh!
For All Mankind is back, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Also, your home for Formula One.
Interesting.
Who cares? Nick, who do you think? Who takes the series best of 3?
I'm going to go with Royals, 2 of 3.
2 to 3?
2 of the 3.
2 of 3. Okay.
I agree
Royals.
with Nick.
You guys are morons. I'm going to take Milwaukee.
Oh, you're such an NL homer. Gosh.
Ooh.
No, they're the
NL.
freaking Brewers. They're the freaking Brewers. They're
Ah.
the new Cardinals. They're the devil. They can't be killed.
Nah.
Until they get to the postseason.
Mm.
Cubs and Guardians. Now, this is a best of 3. They are playing right now.
How's that game going?
Sadly, the Cubs are down 2-1 in the 7th.
Oh.
They have 2 more games left in this series. So this first game, not over yet. But Josh, who takes the series?
Guardians in a sweep.
Oh.
What a dumbass.
You always tell me the Cubs suck.
It'll be Cleveland 2-1.
Wow.
Same.
All right. Whoa. We're picking an A's series?
Yeah.
Well, I figured we're in Las Vegas, right?
Mm.
I've seen the erector set. The stadium's actually rising from the ground.
John's looking at the erector.
The fire rises.
The fire rises. Astros at Athletics. Best of 3. You know what? I'm going to take a chance. A's 2-1.
That's what I was going to do.
Rats, me too, because I hear the Astros suck now. Are they old? What happened? How did Houston get bad?
The A's are kind of frisky.
A's are frisky.
Yeah, but how did the Astros get bad?
Oh, they have aged out a little bit.
Awesome. Suck it. Suck it, Houston. Your Wi-Fi sucked.
There is only one game.
What?
In the NBA.
Because they have to pad it out to make their playoffs last for 6 months.
That features 2 teams with winning records.
Oh.
The tanking is so bad.
It's
all the
horrible.
other matchups feature just terrible matchups. So tonight, the Timberwolves are +2.5 at the Sixers. Nick?
What a bad sport. Give me the T-Wolves.
Yeah, the wrong team is favored. Minnesota gets it done in Philly.
I'm going to go Philly.
Eagle fans are going to be reading all the sad stories about Jalen Hurts.
The Philadelphia Flyers at the New York Islanders in the NHL game of the night. Flyers +1.5 is the goal line, Josh.
Give me the Islanders. It's a sad night in Philly.
You ever wonder why they didn't spell Flyers with a PH also?
Like the shoe?
No, like Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah,
Good
see?
call.
Yeah.
Give me the Isles.
There's a band I like called Islander. So give me the Islanders.
Interesting.
Wow, an Islanders sweep. Women's Final Four.
Women.
UConn and South Carolina playing in one of the 2 semifinals. The largest lead in this game. Is it over or under 12.5 points?
Over.
Under.
Whoa, that was quick. It's a UConn game. I'm going to say over.
Yep.
Who wins the title? Of course, it's the Conference of Champions, the Big East. UConn.
Same.
Yeah.
Bummer. That was boring.
That was easy. All right, to the men's Final Four. Keaton Wagler. It's not Wagler. It's Wagler.
Wagler.
Got to be your Wog.
The freshman sensation. Over under 17.5 points against the UConn Huskies. I'm going to go a slight under here.
Undies.
Damn it. I hate that we're agreeing so much. I will go under because I think the dome is going to affect him in a negative capacity.
Oh.
Terrace Reed. This is a points plus rebounds plus assists prop that you can find on the Underdog Fantasy app, underdogfantasy.com.
Heck yeah.
Points, rebounds, assists, 28.5. Over or under?
Under.
Over.
I'm going to say he continues to ride it out. I'm going to go over on this one.
All right.
Now I've lost my mouse. Sorry about that. Hang on.
Mouse
You
boy.
lost your mouse.
Did
Happer steal it?
Have you tried getting some cheese out?
No, I didn't.
Get a mouse trap, John.
Yaxel Lendeborg. Over under 16.5 points. I'm going to go over.
You will assimilate. Over. That's a Borg reference. It's a Star Trek.
We agree yet again.
Overs across the board. Which of the two games will have the closer margin of victory, Nick?
Michigan, Arizona.
John?
UConn, Illinois.
Bingo. I agree with John.
Illinois is a 1.5 point favorite versus America's UConn Huskies.
America?
Oh, yeah, of course. Big East, America's Conference, America's team.
Don't you think most of us hate you?
I'm going to go UConn. I think they get it
Whoa,
done.
really? You?
Yes.
John? What?
Yes.
Mr. Big East?
UConn. Big
Wow.
East.
Whoa.
Big East honk says UConn.
You remind me of
Beats
Desmond
Illinois.
Howard when he picks Michigan games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
John,
but I'm smarter than Desmond Howard.
I'm going to
Of
call
course,
you White
a
Desmond.
brick wall is smarter than Desmond Howard.
Give me the Fighting Illini.
Me too.
Move on to their first Natty championship game, that is, since 05.
Michigan, 1.5 point favorite against the Arizona Wildcats.
Wildcats.
Is the wrong team favored?
Oh, yeah. The wrong team is favored.
Coming into the dance, I did not fill out a bracket, but if I would have, Arizona was my team to beat. I'm going to stick with my unfilled out bracket and go with the Arizona Wildcats. The wrong team is favored.
It's just so funny. My
I
unfilled
have-
out bracket.
I've gone back and forth on this.
It's such a good game.
Arizona has been, like we said, I mean, they've been like just rock steady. There were times here down the stretch where I thought Michigan was leaking a little oil. They were still winning, but they just felt like they were leaking a little oil.
Are they robots?
But
Mister?
Oh.
there is a part of me that still remembers sitting
Oh, yeah.
at the MGM Grand Garden Arena and watching that team. And if you look at, and I know Arizona's guards are better than Gonzaga's guards.
Yeah.
But what they were able to do to their bigs still sticks with me. I have been on Team Michigan in terms of how good they are since the very beginning. I'm going to stick with them. I'm going Wolverines over Arizona. And I do think the difference will be 3-point shooting. And that's why I picked the UConn-Illinois game to be the closer game. I think Michigan wins this one. I think they could win this one with like a late flourish and maybe win it by 6 to 8 points. Again, not a blowout by any means.
Sure.
I like Michigan's versatility just a little bit more than Arizona. I'm going to go Wolverines.
All right.
Who leads Creighton in scoring in tomorrow's game against West Virginia? You can hear it right here, 1 o'clock pregame with a 3 o'clock tip-off.
Nice.
At T-Mobile Arena, Creighton versus West Virginia. Who leads the Jays in scoring? The answer is, even though he didn't lead the team in scoring last night, the safe pick is Josh Dix.
He is the safe pick, but I want to say a different name. Jason Green.
You just wanted to say it like
I
that.
wanted to say it like that. Give me
All
Jason
right.
Green.
I'm
All
going to side with John here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks, Nick.
I'm winning.
We do have an official line.
Ooh, what is
Whoa.
it?
In Creighton, West Virginia, as I look upon the stadium swim and the giant screen. They have posted the line for in the Final Four of the Crown. Have you seen it? Okay, Connor's obviously seen it. I was going to play Guess the Lines. We were close. Bart had it at 1.5. The line is West Virginia -1.
-1.
Wow.
Josh?
I think that Creighton continues Greg McDermott's career. It will last but one more day, because then for sure the season will be over on Easter. Nothing better than finishing your season on Easter.
For a Catholic school.
The wrong team is favored.
Barely.
Creighton, barely, yes. Creighton gets it done and moves on to the Crown Championship. Foretold from the heavens that a team from Nebraska must always win the crown. No
I look
pressure.
forward to UNO's run next year.
Bingo, and then UNK after that.
Wow. This has nothing to do with the fact that I don't want to have to work this weekend.
Oh, no.
Go Blue Jays.
So wait, what's going on?
Well, if Creighton wins, I don't have to come back and mess with the logs. But it has nothing to do with that. Go Jays.
Now I kind of want West Virginia to win.
Oh.
I mean, really? Do you have to ask me? Come on, man.
West Virginia, says John, the
Hell no.
Mountaineers.
Hell no.
John
We
says
don't-
Mountain Mama.
John liked that 93 West Virginia football team. He thought that they didn't get a
They
fair
sucked.
shake at the national championship.
They suck.
Weren't they undefeated?
They were undefeated, but they weren't. No, they were going to get run. Remember,
They were
Nebraska
11-1.
ran them off. Nebraska ran them off the field the next year in the kickoff classic, because remember that was the big kickoff classic.
Oh, I
hey,
remember.
we'll get the two undefeated teams to play each other, and then what did Nebraska do? They ran them off the freaking.
Wow, they
field.
lost in their bowl game 41-7 that year. Yikes.
Is the kickoff
Yeah.
classic what Aer Lingus used to be?
No, no.
I mean,
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of, but it was in
Yeah.
America.
Yeah,
so
it was
like
at
when
Giant
Nebraska,
Stadium.
yeah, Nebraska did. It was at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Yeah,
Specific.
Jays win. Jays win. Jays win.
All right. Oh, Jordan brings up a great point. I should have gone with a push on the Creighton line. But I think Creighton will win. Otherwise, I would have. That's a good call, Jordan. You know me extremely well.
There you go. There is predictions for this week.
So you don't know, as you said earlier, you don't know your Final Four viewing situation yet for tomorrow.
Johnny doesn't know.
No, because again,
It's dependent on the game.
Right. It's dependent on the game, how it goes, whether or not we're leaving, Well, again, we'll find something. I don't know if I'll come all the way up here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of great options.
There are many sports books.
Many
None as
great
good
options.
as Circa, but many sports books.
That is the best sports book. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
I understand, John, though, not wanting to hop in a car and make your way back over to Fremont Street.
Maybe you get a fun
Yeah.
Uber driver like we did that one time.
That's one way to describe
Actually,
it.
you know what? Here, so funny story. The Uber driver we had today is from Vegas, but he also lived in Lincoln.
No way.
Small world.
Yes.
God,
He
that's
lived in
nuts.
Lincoln. He lived in the South Bottoms like I did in college.
What?
And once saw Indomitian Sue beat up a guy in downtown Lincoln.
Sounds about that whole story fits.
That whole story sounds right. I almost said, are you sure it wasn't he just drove his car recklessly in Lincoln?
What an
That
Uber
was
driver
also
ass
something.
story.
Mm.
It was so random. And, it's one of those deals where someone says they're from somewhere and you're like, are they just saying that to placate you? But then he started naming off,
Guys naming dudes.
like legit things because he worked in Omaha and a couple of things. And so, yeah, it
That's
was legit.
amazing.
Totally
he-
legit.
Was he a
Small world.
1620 The Zone listener?
You know what? I didn't ask him if he was a friend of the Grum.
Hey, real quick, before we go to break and talk to Jack,
Yeah.
Luka Doncic got hurt last night, left hamstring, out
Whoa, what happened to Luka?
out indefinitely.
Yikes.
Done in the regular season, and his status beyond that is uncertain according to Shams.
It's also uncurtain.
Uncurtain as well.
Wow, the Lakers are taking their tanking to another level.
Let's talk to Jack.
We will. We'll talk to Jack Mitchell. He is coming up next. It's our Super Friends Roundtable live from Stadium Swim at Circa in Las Vegas. All of our coverage this week also brought to you by Equitable Bank on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Lincoln, and should be joining us here in just a second before we wrap up the show. And again, baseball, softball postponed today because of weather. So that's why you're still hearing from me.
Hey, it feels like it's been a while since we've done this.
I think it has.
Is it just me? Of course, I know I've been gone on a lot of Fridays, but it feels like it's been like forever. Like we should still be in Nebraska football season.
Once baseball season started with those games at 6 o'clock, which a lot of them start, we've had mostly half shows. But today, the weather said it wants the Super Friends Roundtable to get together once again, and so here we are, this third day of it.
Wow!
And here you are, John. I'm looking at John Bishop now, squinting in the sun.
Yep. Watching baseball on the Stadium Swim TV. I got to see the Crown Trophy. Did you ever get to see the Crown Trophy, Jack Mitchell? I got to see the Crown Trophy.
But I own a part of it. Do you?
What do you mean you own a part of it?
The fan base is one of the owners of the trophy, I believe. I believe that's typically how it is thought of.
What?
Well,
it's on his keychain. John, you didn't know about that? Jack has a keychain with a bit of the Crown Trophy.
They gave everyone a little shard of it.
They do melt it down?
Yeah, just a little shard. They whittle off a little bit, and everyone.
John, you'll find out if you get 2 more wins.
Whittled off a shard.
You'll find out about it.
Yeah, you just don't know. You're not in the fraternity.
The disrespect you people show to trophies is silly. Did you shave off some of the wood shavings from that AP 1995 national championship trophy too?
Yeah, it was a lot harder with the crystal when they only got the crystal in 97 too.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Chisel, that kind of a thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: if anything else to get me out of the depressing weather, the Crown trip was worth it.
Man, no kidding. I would. I was with Josh in beautiful weather. Really, the last 2 weekends. Although I think it was pretty much nice here during those times, and so those were not. This would have been the weekend. I don't know what it's like in Indianapolis right now, but it's got to be better than this. I would think. So.
Jack, it's 76 right now in Indianapolis. We could be enjoying 76-degree weather in Indy.
On another rooftop with all the Husker fans right now, getting ready, talking about how what the matchup is with UConn, right? Is that what it is? I don't even know what it would have been.
Nebraska would be playing UConn right now. Would be
would have won that. They would have won that, obviously.
They'd be playing for the national championship.
So it would have been in the title. It would have been them in Michigan, and obviously Nebraska at full strength.
Finally at full strength.
Yeah,
and Nebraska would have gotten away with it if it hadn't have been for those damn Iowans.
Jack, I wanted to ask you about that. So
good. Let's talk about it.
No, not so much Iowa.
Yes, let's recap it.
So you have, I've heard you talk about it over the last week. How like this is obviously sticking with you. You don't want to think about that game. Right. You don't want to watch anything from that game. Right. So I'm not going to ask you about the game. I want to ask you this: is it possible to figure out how you're feeling about this season, given that last week did not go like you thought, and it is still sticking with you in such a visceral way?
No, it's not impossible, but it's definitely poisoning it for now. It won't last forever, but it is very. That is the terrible thing about losing to Iowa, is that not only in the moment is it so hard to swallow, but then it even takes away it for me. I know not everyone is like this. I've heard people tell me, oh, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter who they lose to, it's over no matter what. Well, it does to me. Okay, it does to me. Like I was just sitting there on Saturday on the beach and just thinking, I really wish they had lost to Florida. I wish that whole thing had happened, but against Florida, because I'd already be over it. I think. I don't know if that's true, but I thought it at the time. So give me some time. I need some time. And it's not even that I'm not excited or up on the program. I'm very excited. I'm bullish on the program for next year. Excited to see what happens with the roster, but That was a bad night 6 days ago. Very, 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 very bad night.
Well, the problem is you still have to deal with them on the regular basis, and it's across multiple sports. Mainly it's football and basketball, but you have to deal with them. And so, because you know what's going to happen, come next football season, when it gets to Black Friday, there's going to be the memes about 4 versus 5, or, because Iowa can do that. If that same thing would have happened, the 4 versus 5 play would have happened against Florida. Yeah, Florida fans would have some fun with it, but you don't see Florida all the time.
No,
you play them very very infrequently in a variety of sports. But yeah, because it happened against Iowa, they're going to hold it over you, in a lot of things, and that's why I told this to Michael. We had Michael on the day after the Monday after the win over Vanderbilt. I said, but do you really want to play Iowa? There's a part of me that thinks you'd rather play Florida. I know they're the better team, but there's no shame in losing to the number 1 seed and a team that you don't see that often. It sucks to lose to a rival, especially this one, because this is still a new age rivalry, but it's old at the same time, because there's always been this border thing about, us making fun of them making fun of us. But there's something about losing to these guys. It's just like, no, I can't deal with it. And so you would have rather just said, to hell with it. I'll play the better team, because there's no shame in losing to that team, but there is shame to losing to this team.
Yeah. Yeah. All that. And then on top of it, I didn't know how it was going to go. It went in the most gut-wrenchingly horrendous way almost possible. I suppose there could have been some other, they could have hit the full court shot, although I don't even know that would have been worse. That probably wouldn't, because there would have been like sort of this air of flukiness to it. But Iowa just dominating the very end of the game. And the fact that it's so much like that script that we've seen.
Oh, a groin kick, maybe some would say.
Oh, look, Nebraska's got a game in control until the last minute.
Until something happens and the whole thing flips, and then Iowa can do no wrong at the end. They'll never miss a field goal, and all of a sudden they'll be posterizing Nebraska players, guys I didn't even know could dunk. I mean, it was just when there was that last dunk Fulgeris had, and I just quietly walked out of the stadium. I just walked out into the dark streets of Houston. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know which direction I was going. I didn't care to figure it out. I just wanted to walk as fast away from that pain as I could. And then I ended up taking some wrong turns. And then it was like a 45-minute walk to my car.
Of course.
My kids were there somewhere else. I couldn't find them. We were both. They were miserable. Everyone was mad at each other because we couldn't find each other. It was that immediate half hour after that dunk was a dark time. Dark,
all right,
literally and figuratively.
Let's talk about happy stuff then, Jack, because you said a couple minutes ago, you said you're bullish on things moving forward. I want to ask you this, because I've heard you talk in various spaces about like roster stuff and portal stuff, like how interesting that's going to be. How did this season, though, big picture, change what you'll expect from Nebraska basketball now moving forward as a basketball program that has done the thing and then they won again? And so like, they've already gotten to the second weekend, so we don't even have to have that conversation anymore.
How much did it purge your fatalism?
Oh, that's a good question, too.
That's a good question. I don't know. Like, I don't control that, it's involuntary. So we'll have to see what my natural reaction is. Like, I don't turn it on and turn it off. I would have turned it off other times because it wasn't like I necessarily wanted it. But in terms of how much, because I think part of the reason, Josh, is that, and we'll see what happens with the roster. I mean, nothing is guaranteed, but if you've got some continuity with this roster, and I'm particularly talking about Sanford and Frager, and I think Bearcay too. If you can have that continuity with those guys, I think one of the things that has been consistent with Fred Hoiberg's team is that if you're able to get guys in there for a while and they're not one and dones, that he has made almost all of them, or they have become whatever the process is, the interesting thing about the Nebraska basketball program over the last few years is they've had not relied on so many one-year players, and the demonstrable improvement within the seasons from season to season. I mean, Sam Hoyberg is probably the best example of it, but you can pick, what they did with Frager in his off year when he was redshirting. Bryce Williams is an example of that. I think Jamarcus Lawrence is an example of that. And if they've got guys and they finally seem to have some recruits coming in that maybe guys, and transfer portal can change everything, obviously, but if you can keep some guys around for a while, I think that is the key to this, to Fred Hoiberg's system, and obviously keep Fred Hoiberg around. So thank goodness for Troy Dannon extending that contract for the soon-to-be national coach of the year.
No, he is the national coach of the year. It's official.
No, yeah, it was soon to be at the time when he did.
I see. My bad. I misunderstood.
Yeah. Of all the questions, I mean, right now the questions are about the players. The questions are about, I have zero doubt that Fred Hoiberg is going to be. Hoiberg's kind of like Mac was. I mean, it's like, yeah, there might have been flirtations, and there may be flirtations, but he's not leaving.
I don't know if you guys heard him today in Indianapolis, but it was kind of a love letter to Nebraska and his roots here when he was talking.
And isn't it funny too that, I mean, obviously his family history is his family history, but I never, until now, it didn't really hit me how much he's more Nebraska than Iowa. And yet I think of him, I remember him as the player, and I think of him as Mr. Iowa State. But, with his grandpa and his family and everything that he's talked about when it comes to Nebraska, I mean, this guy's as Nebraska as anybody that's ever come along in terms. And then, watching the video of the locker room, address after the loss, again, it reminded me of how Mac addressed the team after Creighton lost their Elite Eight game. And it's just, you can just tell there's this something there that's just more than, I got this relationship with all these players that I recruited and brought here. It's more than that. And you could see it on his face, after the game was over. As far as I'm concerned, Fred Hoiberg, this is his last coaching stop, in my opinion.
I don't know. I mean, I hope so, but I do agree with you on that. Like, I didn't realize even when, I certainly didn't realize during his career and his playing career and his early coaching career that he had the connections that he did. Other than, I think I'd probably heard the story that Tom Osborne tried to recruit him for football, but like every time I hear more, he talks more extensively, and he did again today in Indianapolis. In fact, he talked about how badly he handled Husker football losses when he was a kid, which I cannot relate to that at all. But that is,
was he like me and refused to open up the Sunday paper after a loss?
I mean, he was one of us. He was, I mean, like Johnny, you could have been buddies with him. You guys could have both been absolutely furious after these games. And he was talking about that. Maybe you'd said that before, but I hadn't even heard him talk about how he basically, really did not handle losses to Nebraska football growing up very well. And about, his parents meeting at Lincoln Southeast. Like I've said many times, every good thing that happens begins at Lincoln Southeast. I've always, been a big advocate. Other than, boys state basketball titles, but other than that, every good thing happens there. So sorry.
Jack, speaking of things that you say often, you say, I do not conference cheer, but I will root for conference teams because you just go where your heart takes you, right? Like you are.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's just not a definitive. I'm rooting for them because that's what I want. Yeah.
I won't go against what my heart says.
What are you rooting for in the Final Four? You got two Big Ten teams in there. You going to be Big Ten Jack this weekend?
Listen. I mean, if you're not either, from Connecticut or a Hurley or a Big East Conference cheerer, then who's cheering for UConn? No one, obviously. So that's not really a temptation. I got no disdain toward Arizona, other than I've picked them to win it in bracket contests about 23 times since they last won it, and they never do. Man, that is a team I always pick to go too far. And this year, I probably would have picked him to win it, and I didn't fill one out because I was so laser focused. But no, I would. I mean, like, I think I probably want Illinois to win it, and I don't. Illinois or Michigan winning it would. In this case, I don't have enough individual disdain. In fact, I was hugging Illinois fans at the Houston airport. Thank you for your service. And I don't, not that they might have been veterans, but I was thanking them for the service of beating Iowa. You should have seen me on as
You
down
should be
as I
with
was-
me right now.
No, not well. Yeah, you should have been as down as you saw me on Thursday night, Josh. And I around and you left. I was absolutely. I mean, I was back on Saturday night. I was back, like I was living and dying with that game, and ended up, celebrating. It was good. I got a little bit of the celebration that I didn't get to have for beating Iowa when they lost it.
Celebration!
Unbelievable. So if they did that for me, I'm fine with adopting them for the national championship. And if it's Michigan and UConn, I'll go for Michigan. So
John Claude says on a YouTube chat, Arizona UConn would be a massive disappointment. I mean,
that'd be a good game.
The problem is so many people have convinced themselves that the second game, the Arizona Michigan game, is for the national championship. It almost makes me feel like, no, it's not going to be. That those two will take enough out of each other.
And then the other team will win.
And then the other team will come out and win. Now, the interesting thing would be is what if it's Illinois, Michigan, and they play yet again? How much the familiarity will help one side or the other. But we did it in predictions earlier. I think part of this is I'm still blinded by what I saw here in this town 4 months ago, and what I saw Michigan do to three really good teams, especially Gonzaga, was like, whoa, this is insane. So I think it's Michigan's to lose. I know Arizona's really good. I just think it's Michigan's to lose because they have been the most complete team that I have seen, from inside, outside, defense, all of that. And that was the reason, Jack, that night when they lost to Michigan and Nebraska lost to Michigan, I texted you and I said, Nebraska's Final Four good, because of what I saw Michigan do and how good Michigan was. I think that Michigan, when we look back on this Nebraska season, kind of to spin it back around to the Huskers, when we look back on this Nebraska season, I think it was the Michigan game that made this team. I know they had beaten Michigan State. I know they had that run in December where they crushed Creighton. They beat Michigan State. They won the game against Illinois. They had to come back against Indiana. I think it was the Michigan game in Ann Arbor that made this team. Made it in sense of, hey, this record is not a fluke. This team is legit, and they have the possibilities that, that they could go as far as they did, if not further, which they almost did. When we look back, I think that Michigan game was the game that made Nebraska basketball 25-26.
And if they win the national championship, I'll be even madder about that missed call at the end of that game. That won it for Michigan. Oh my gosh. Charge.
Jack, not to bring up something that you're not paying attention to at all right now, but I did have one.
Spring football.
Well, it's football, but it's not even Nebraska. It's a topic, John, that you and I discussed a little bit earlier. Jack, again, I'm gonna say something that you have talked about a lot over the years, and that is your hatred of conference championship games. That weekend arrives, and you're so sad about it. You miss the regular season. So what do you think of the power brokers of the SEC, their commissioner, and then Kirby Smart saying, if this thing expands, by this thing I mean the playoff, to 16 or 24, no more conference championship games? You have to love this news.
I learned that news about an hour 20 minutes ago, driving in here and hearing you guys talk about it. And I mean, I'll admit I was weeping with joy. I was very, listen, if they're going to expand the playoffs, which I don't want them to, but if they're going to, they've got to do this. And that will still be in some ways. And I know, look, I heard you guys talking about expansion. I generally agree with you, but I think in some ways you gain so much by getting rid of those conference championship games that it really eases my disdain with expanding the playoff. If that makes sense.
It does, but it's almost like if we keep the conference championship games, maybe that will be the thing that prevents expansion, right? beyond 12 or 16 teams. That said, I mean, all it's going to take is someone to convince them that, oh, look, there's more money to be had by having a bigger playoff. Oh, and the Big Ten and SEC are going to get a bigger slice of the pie because of the the way that the formula gets divvied out. That's all it's going to take. They're going to follow the money, and it is going to be what it is.
If they only expanded a little and get rid of the conference championship games, it's really not all that different in some ways. I actually think it's probably better. I agree
John, would you be okay with 16 and no conference title games?
I think that's better than the current situation, in my opinion.
I mean,
especially if they're more home games.
Yeah, if it's more home games, I suppose. I mean, I'll get over the fact that the conference championship game will be gone. I mentioned earlier for the folks listening in Lincoln, that all this news, now that it seems like it's coming home to roost, that these games are going away, I kind of getting some buyer's remorse on wanting to go to 12. I would have preferred it staying with 4 and then have these conference championship games actually be a de facto playoff, because you get rivalry games, you get true hatred, you get stadiums half full of one team's fans, half full of the other team's fans. You just don't get that in a playoff setting, at least the way that they've constructed the playoff with all these neutral site games. But that said, I mean, if you could give me a guarantee, if you could make them sign a 100-year binding contract, an actual binding contract, not one of these contracts that college coaches sign where they can break it on a whim and then go to another school. I'm talking about an ironclad 100-year guarantee that we're going to go to 16 and we're not going to change, then I will say yes.
All right. Then I mean, yeah, I actually tend to agree with you with that whole thing. Like, I don't want that to mean they're going to 24, because I think 24 or even larger.
24 is stupid.
Yeah, I generally agree with that too. So I think we're in
the 4th and 5th place teams in these leagues playing for a title.
And the only thing about the last thing I'll say in the conference championship games, I guess your picture of the stadium divided in half and passionate rival fans, that happens in about 12% of conference championship games. Most of them are. Ugh.
Well, it's all the SEC ones, and I think I don't know what it was like at Ohio State, Indiana, but the problem was a lot of Big Ten people are still a little blinded by the fact that we had like a decade's worth of really crappy conference championship games for the most part, because the West Division was so much more inferior than the East. But I mean, like last year's, I wish there would have been stakes. I wish there would have been playoff-like stakes for that Indiana-Ohio State game, because it was a great game. But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter that much outside of the seeding.
I agree.
Jack, you're about to log off for the day. You're going to head into the weekend. There's no more basketball. Spring football is done. Everybody keeps asking it to you. How are you going to fill the time?
I've decided it is campaigning and being excited about the potential of bringing the KLIN RV back to Haymarket Park. So John and I can once again, there's actually a shot of doing this.
Recreate the magic.
Nick, do we have it that maybe, quite possibly, if things go the right way, that Nebraska baseball could
host a playoff game?
There it is.
Jack, have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Awesome. There's Jack Mitchell from KLIN.
Wow. Good job, Nick.
We got that drop in.
Nick.
All right. Well, this was a fun day.
It was. I have crazy FOMO. I know I got to travel the last couple of weeks, but now seeing you in Circa, and I can hear Connor's voice off air. You're waving at 100 people. Is it a bunch of Jays fans that are walking?
Oh yeah,
by?
we got Jays fans. Some of Mac's family is here. A lot of Jays people are here at Stadium Swim. Yeah, just having a good time. Looking at the Crown Trophy that I got to see in person. No, all of that. No. It's been a good time here. Vegas is great. That's the thing about this event. Yeah. Does it really mean a lot compared to, the tournament that you actually want to be in? No. But they do make it a little bit more fun, especially when the weather is nice and you can be at Stadium Swim at Circa.
John is pro Crown. Send Creighton to the Crown every year, says John Bishop.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
I did not say that. Hey, thanks to Equitable Bank. Thanks to Circa. Thanks to all of you. We'll talk to you tomorrow from T-Mobile Arena. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Bye.